Hello. Maybe you should be asleep, Stadia. Hi, how is everybody? Welcome, welcome. I am back. I am Archie, a cook detective. Guess what? I have received news. Apparently, I was so worried that Kanto 10 was gonna be released on the end of July or at the beginning of August, because apparently that was the plan. And yesterday or early today, the CEO has said, "Hello, Karen. Look at that. No crunch. Better. Hydrate? Good idea. I have a better hydrate right now. I have coffee. I usually drink coffee before the streams, but small miscalculation of time management on my part. I had to make coffee right now. Morgana, can you? There we go. There we go. Want to stay on my lap? Stay on my lap. Here. You stay on top of my keyboard. I cannot work, fat ass cat. We still have the rainbow bokeh. Yeah. So apparently, Morgana, sorry, give me a moment. Baby. There we go. Okay. Yeah, see there. You just have to stay a little bit to the side so I don't see your ass in front of my screen. There we go. Morgana was sitting on front of my monitor. She did not want to move out. Apparently she has decided to now stay behind my monitor. Much better position. But yeah, Kanto 10 has been delayed, apparently to September, because the CEO wants to do some stuff. And it makes sense, because The Strangers is the CEO's favorite book, apparently. So I can imagine he wants to pimp out Kanto as much as he can. This stuff is good. Thank you for the hydrate, Iris. Also, hi. First time we'll be watching a stream this late at night. How late is it for you? Take good care of your health, please. But yeah, Walpurgis night. I already am halfway through the Walpurgis event. Unfortunately, I did not save as much as I should have. I was kinda expecting it to have a story. Kinda sad it doesn't, but this is what it is. I guess eventually we're gonna have more library content in the game. Ooh, this I can get. Though to be fair, this one is one I can get all the stuff, probably. Waiting for a mid-standard so I find take a credit card. Yeah, that is fair. 3 a.m? 3 a.m. Please get at least like 7 or 8 hours of sleep. Your health is important to me. Have you seen why I got 1,000 event stuff? Yes, because the CEO did not get Honglu, right? That's so funny. I always suspected that being the CEO, or at least like being some kind of high level employee of the company, would give you the rights to have like extra rewards and just get whatever you want, right? Those people that work at Riot Games have a Riot account with everything unlocked? I thought that was how it worked. But no, my brother is out there grinding right there like the rest of us. Honestly, base as fuck, not gonna lie. That was good. Ah! Thank you. He did Railway went completely off. Oh my god. That's how you know that he's just like a... The CEO is incredible. Right. Not think about talk about the Walpurgis night. I managed to get a lot more tickets and team and like prepare stuff. So now I got the Soul and Lemon Yiseng and Ichigo. Oh, equip Ichigo. Third. There we go. Eventually I want to make an entire team of Sinking, probably an entire team of Tremor. I have my Bleed team completed. Look at this. I have out the Blood Fiends, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I have the Kurokumos, and that's a complete bleed team. Shame I will no longer hear Grippy Faust whistling, but it is what it is. That means that now I have 2 teams to use on Mirror Dungeon, which means more Starlight. Very, very good. Is this something to play for? That's true. Although, to be fair, I have like 3 units that I'll play for, which is Manager Dawn, Ryoshu, and are you up play 4? Yeah, you are up play 4 too, because I used hold on a sec. Okay. Yeah. There was another one that I used the thing on, right? Queen of Hatred, I also have a max up die. My priority is gonna be levels and then get some ego up ties. Because if you look at my ego up ties, most of them are at 1. I have not been paying attention to the ego up ties at all. So this is something I should be working towards. So yeah, I'm gonna get like a couple, probably get a burn team completed because now I have the down Officer Sinclair, which honestly, hold on. These it's fire as fuck. Haha, get it, fire. But no jokes, this is cool as hell. I really, really love to use Eagle gear. And now I need Gregor to complete the team. It offer most Eagle. That is true. And apparently, it's, at least so far, it has been good enough for most IDs too. And ow! Thank you, Iris. I will take the opportunity to take another drink. Coffee with milk is so good. But alright. Enough talk about the IDs. We have things to do, which is twinning threads. So, now we just need to see future Philip endeavors. True. Eventually, I will be able to get Philip Philip Sinclair to level 60. He's kinda halfway there. Well, not halfway, but close enough. So eventually we'll be able to use him. Eventually I think I'll be able to use him in like the main team. But they're gonna finish the bleed one, then gonna have a burn team, and probably an envy team, something I'm gonna work with. I have a question. Is library-wise, it is true, we do have to see more Philip. Because eventually we are going to get... there is no way we don't get more library content, right? And I mean story content. 100% we're gonna see the library in Limbus one way or the other. But... yeah, I wanna see what's gonna happen. Also... I have realized something. Considering the ending of Library of Ruina, does that mean that Salvador is still out there? So there are opportunities to do this. So I wanted to ask a question here. I was thinking on getting Ryoshu. And how does her charge work? How does unique charge interact with other unique charge? Because would Ryoshu, Red Eyes Ryoshu, be good for a Queen of Hatred team? Or should I be using... actually, let me check something. Here. Right, I need you. And I could get you, and you are a poise unit. Okay. Old in terms of kit, that mine's an idea, not good for kind of favorite though. I see. Is it supposed to be the cornerstone of the team? Because when you look at a bleed team involving the Blood Fiends, La Mancha Land manager is the Carstone. If you look at the Nurse Father's team, then Ryoshu is the cornerstone for obvious reasons. So if I wanted to make a team with King of Hatred as cornerstone, I guess I would need a lot of... I would need a lot of envy. Yeah, I have heard that Blood Fiends are falling off from bleed teams due to the new ring stuff. But honestly, so far, considering these specialized teams I only used on mirror dungeons, I have not seen anything so far that requires me to undo this. So, alright, yeah, you are far because I wanted to use your stuff, right? So, Capstone for Butlers won't hunt Heathcliff. True, which is why eventually I want to get the Butlers and stuff to play with a sinking team. But considering this is all way ahead of the future, we have way too much to worry about. For now, Twinning Threads. All I know about Twinning Threads is that it has the character with the biggest breast in Limbus company so far. Why did the CEO decide to design her like that? I have no idea. But hey, let's find out. Surely that's important somehow. Right, I just realized we don't have voicing anymore. Give me a moment. Let me finish my drink. The thumbnail that had flowery Philip. I did. I have not seen the video, but I saw the thumbnail. Amazing character connection. Crack of the century, if I dare say. Funeral was held for Martin and the LCU researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths in my journey with business. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place, mourn the deceased together. The familiarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the seniors seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their elements as well. Some of them were asking Merceau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral processes and etiquette. Huh. This is the first node of the intervallo. Come on. For you and Philip, grasping for the ego, and then I can start grinding for the regat. Let's go. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. End placement and gesture are unimportant that objectives be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Leave the third pillar to the right. Any of you could chat me for a second? Have you forgotten these rushes carry yourself with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Get me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. You know, now that I think about it. Yeah, I imagine because of how fast and loose people play with their lives in the city, willingly or not, I guess funerals wouldn't be very common, right? Because deaths would be like so common that people think you just get rid of the body and move on. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. All of that was just too much for me. My focus started fleezing out page 30 onwards. Wait, Ishmael, why do you have over 30 pages of funeral etiquette? Hadn't ever seen it here attend the funeral before? Back when set foot in the Green Manor in Corp? The speakers of the funeral have their own heedless manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. I don't think we should be bringing that up with Wycliffe around. Girl, don't wanna read. Understandable, to be honest. Certain events happen which makes finding bodies too hard. That is true. We do have like the sweepers and body collecting and all that stuff. At the end of the day, funerals will not be very common in the city. Outside of like very rich people, I guess. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone have to die. Someone have to have died. Because it wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Alfie Association's notarization. Otherwise, I've said this time and again, but it was just intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? The situation was indeed so serious that there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet it's a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of these was... Yeah, it's Catherine's funeral. It was very dear to Heathcliff. Have you... Okay, I have a... Why haven't you told what happened to other people, Heathcliff and Dante? Because, like, sure, Catherine erased herself from existence, but it's not like she became a cognito hazard, right? Keep going. Sure. I've truly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, and no such name relevant to the case was identified by them. I see. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? Had to be the Golden Bowl's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights have become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bowl had always been there in that manner, that Nellie was close to stealing it by Herman. Linked on their minds was our roofing brother who had been conducting research for his dad's sake. Nobody questioned, not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory. Yeah, but the thing that was weird to me is that, like, at this point, the sinners trust Dante enough that if Dante said, oh yeah, we had this person that got thrown into a concept incinerator, that is why you do not remember them, I think most sinners would trust Dante. But then again, if the Golden Bowl like keep perpetually erasing that is kind of fucked up. At all, if the Golden Bowls are strong enough to perpetually erase someone's existence in a way that even trying to bring her up does not work, then maybe they're also strong enough to undo that, right? Huh. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Can't wait until Heathcliff's Canto number 3, where he goes through the path, he goes through mirror worlds and get a harem of different Catherines after bringing them all back. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. That we just checking on each other's memories every now and then. Because there's something that he and I realized. Anything tied to Catherine had been already painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over the glow of the bow. Also, this is interesting. It feels like a weird point to bring this up, right? I guess it's just because it's a funeral, or because the past Canto did involve a story about erasing people. But it's interesting that they brought this up right now, right? Gotta wait until to see what the future brings. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of the funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will. Sorry. I assumed the sort of impediment was pretty common stuff at funerals. Apparently not, huh? Yeah, exactly. The Golden Bowl did not just like remove people's memories. It just stopped that concept from showing up again, right? Which is different than what a concept incinerator does. If I remember correctly, if you throw something into a concept incinerator, that something is gonna be like completely erased, but that doesn't mean it it can't be reinvented. Am I right? Can somebody correct me? Because one of the things that made Ryoshu's sword and the entire Muga thing important is that whatever was cut by that, you're still aware about the concept, you can remember the specifics. Exactly. So it's not like you erase the concept, but there are still vestiges of it. The Golden Bow does that completely. You remember Sora vaguely but couldn't recall them. Yeah. And in the Mirror Dungeon, they still show up. Sure, we can say that they show up because of mechanical reasons and not lore reasons, but we know how much Limbus company and Project Moon in general likes to tie gameplay with lore. So I don't like keeping calling it lore, because I think lore got a little bit lost in translation in the recent years, and people think any kind of like basic information about characters, about their motives or whatever is lore. I am talking about specifically how people reacted to Amazing Digital Circus and Deltarune. People forget that it's like a story, and it's like the media is a story to be told, and the things that are not shown in the media are usually because they are not important or they don't need to be said out loud for the message that the media wants to. I'm not gonna get it, but I don't think this is the moment. We're not gonna make fandom moment. Yeah, that defines it pretty well. No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I traveled around a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one that would ring high to some of the proper funerals, only for pretending to have a process. He at least prepared a coffin and had a formal reading of the will. His funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time off just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to leave them where they died. Then once they sleep, the bodies were gone just like that. Rather than paying loads of money to bury a soul, I just have that still upload of death rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being variables buried with the bodies, or an arm in some fancy prosthetics. All that rot. Better to let the dead go and bury them in a grave just sod, later desecrated. That is true, yeah. It is incredibly sad. This is a place where not even being dead grants you rest. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up praise if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there was the guarantee they wouldn't lose their burial room by the next searching day. This man is late. A little bit. I was a little bit late, not gonna lie. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. OTO's foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed? Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. You are projecting, not projecting, but you are masking so fucking hard, Triple H. This is the most depressed man alive, and he has a lot to feel about their co-worker's death. And now trying to a lot of guilt over it. And bro's just trying to hide over nothing matters. Have to lose for wall purges like my bro gas. I already used all my wall purges to honesty. Granted, I did get some good stuff. I managed to get the Yiseng ID. Sorry, the Yiseng Eagle. I did get the Yiseng Using Soul and Lament ID from the pool, which was good. And I got Yuna Faust. Other than that, no, I didn't get Gregor. I still have to get Gregor. Unfortunately, he still eludes me. But we still have enough time. Surely. Worst case scenario. Wait, when it comes to Walpurgis Nights, do they do that thing where you can shard the units at the end? Because if they do, then like worst case scenario, I can shard them. Give me your luck. Nope, I'm kinda cooked then. I cannot give you my luck. My luck comes from having 2 rabbit feet. I'm not gonna cut them off just so you can have luck. Gotta wait to the next one. Okay, I see. And yeah, this is the fakest I don't give a fucker ever. Those words from the heart or just something said? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look of his face when his head touched the low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Elisa was still in recovery, gained by her final respects. I am so glad that Elisa is alive. You can hop? Yeah, because I have legs. How do you expect me to hop without feet? This is all that feet are used for. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Can you take off the suicide clothing, Alisa? You exploded in this like 2 or 3 times so far. Staying under Gregor's stable until Gregor is stable enough to travel. True! This is why Gregor was not available during the Walpurgis Night. Dante says to remain here until Gregor condition settles. Also, you're in one piece. True. I mean, considering the Eagle Gear is about like the moth is essentially a phoenix, right? Except it's a insect instead of a bird. So I guess it would make sense for the Eagle Gear to be okay. I am surprised that Alisa is okay after that. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Tumbler's father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there was no cause of concern. Physically, it is. The psychological assessment turned up disaster, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Yeah, I don't think Gregor's head is alright. They won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. Kelsey wants to get a signing manifest to Sinclair. Sinclair, you need to summon 500 other Sinclairs from different mirror roles to fight for us. If you can do that, we can invade N-Corp and get all the golden balls. The higher ups didn't waste a second green light in the project. Since what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you? Just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? You really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or 2 of your skin and maybe some therapy talk. All there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, evidence of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get Boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research. And had we allowed them, they have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. At least you can thank us to be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time, our researchers are here. You're gonna stay away from pulling. If I can get like 60 lunacy, I can try another 10 pull. Alisa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respect. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Also, I realized that I have... I'm pretty sure I can hit worst case scenario. I can hit... What's called? I can hit pity. And I can both this note. Nice. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking down on my own. So just don't run any painful tests on me. Sinclair has been in battles of life or death. His body has been melted pretty much from fighting Crummer. And he's still worried about a little bit of pain during the test. It's so real. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do to offer an unspoken encouragement, Sinclair. Sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic in a minute. What about you? Not going with him? I expected a long-term recovery ward with me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. But recent events have introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave. I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Finally. You are so real for that. Hi, Folly. I am not being seductive. At this point, I am doing this. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PDO submitted by your department will be rejected for the rest of the year. See, there is nothing seductive about that. Well, it's true, your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. A week? Damn. He will blinks at the darkness and watches as it blinks back. True. I do that. Mark, this is good news. We can finally do. We can be. This is not our world. But we can be a bee. As soon as Alisa trudged off the dragon's step, the researchers seized Sinclair and whisked hurriedly him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere else to be? Crash? Good idea. Oh, God. Ow! Yeah, it was a good idea to trash. Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Something I said I'd help with. Got a bit there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the research and stop him to try some fishy. Haha, fishy. Fishy with the experiments. Wait, can't you see my... Can't see my mouse? Hold on. I gotta fix this. I just realized too. There we go. Aha! I've been making movements through the thing and people were not paying attention. Damn. Guess what announcer I got? Did you get Bina? Wasn't Bina an announcer in this whole Purgus? Well, they sounded like a Sim, so I thought I'd answer best when I click Cage Best. Yeah. That's actually a good idea, Folly. But I have been saving my money because there is something I want to make with my model. And if hopefully I can make it until the end of the year, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Not down office, not buying a milk. Wait, the down office are the announcers as well? That's cool. Not buying a trice. I got Yesod. Of all the things I got Yesod. Gordo? No! not. Although I would like to get a 3D model eventually. A normal 3D model, just making sure. The sceners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. And space brown thing. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who was filling the air around with thick cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa. Oh my god. Poor Vespa. Normal. Yeah. Pulse was still here too, staring blankly into the air. She assessed the desk carefully. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood here, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Triple H, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Sina Ryoshu. I might that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? What kind of... Woke? Ryoshu is woke? Unbelievable. I don't think that's gonna help. That's gonna help him. Ryoshu. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? I don't appreciate your gesture. Especially since you usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of what requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. To seem we are in need of more manpower. It's so funny. Ryoshu tries to be an interpreter and just like makes the message even more confusing. Well, no doubt it was a motherfucker. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming with... Is Hohenheim a name from a book too? Now that I think about it, it should be, right? It's such like an uncommon name to see. And certainly not a Korean name. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a barrel of hair fashioned like the lightest of a bow. That's so funny. You there, why don't you join us soon? You still speak of me? LCA personnel were cornered by Don Quixote, and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment her captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed. There is a task that requires your assistance. Oh my god, is she gonna be given even worse translation? But I have more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate a ritual of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Damn, that's a low blow, Hohenheim. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistants. You are to be number 2, because you're shit! That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded my exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be service to thee? It's so easy to agree with. Girl folded in like 2 seconds. Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task would be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this woke eluded my understanding as well. Pretty, allow me to build a little time to uncover his mystery. There is a joke to be made here that I don't think I should be doing. Relate the manager's words, not sinners, Ryoshu's. They're asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed at you, but I cannot deny your meddling. The present circumstance is a welcome one. Sancho's so... Sancho's gonna look in the internet, she's gonna find out what lesbians are. Simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflows have become sufficiently unbearable. False hopes was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit false cooperation. In any case, Manager, the quest of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and the 5-piece assault operation, as far as familiarity, does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? Hosra? I think Ryoshi's just doing this for fun. At this point, I fully believe Ryoshi is just like messing with our mind. Have assisted enough? Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Though not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, responding by shaking his head. Not immediately, though. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira? She gained consciousness? Wait, she actually lived? She got split in two! Hold on. I have seen arts of Kira with like a scar on her belly, but I thought like, oh, people like this character so much that they need an excuse to bring her back. No, she's actually alive? Damn. I have seen people discussing how like what in the if there is anything in the city that is like better than what we have nowadays, like better than like modern technology. And I guess medicine really is like modern outside of like the magic stuff. Honglu used one of them pose on her. That is true. I did forget about that. Kanto 9 is so weird. I have been gathering my thoughts about it. There are some great moments on Kanto 9, but this also has such a weird pacing that I feel like a lot of it just like flew by me. The place Hohenheim led us to the last recovery ward in Moilkin interrogation chamber. Smoke War 2 Electric Boogaloo size. Smoke War 2 is gonna be... I have my theories. I think we are either gonna stop a Smoke War from happening, because the only way for a certain Sinclair to exist would be if the Smoke War happened, Sinclair left Limbus Company, and there was a time gap. And Sinclair leaving Limbus Company and the time gap, I don't think would happen in-game. So that means, my theory, we're either gonna stop the Smoke War before it happens at all, or the Smoke War is gonna start, but we're gonna end the Smoke War, or at least like stop some kind of big event that's gonna change the timeline for a certain Sinclair. And I think the Smoke War, if it happens, is gonna be around... probably around the end of Inferno. Unless they want the Smoke War to be the climax of the entire game, which that means it will be probably around the end of Paradiso, or the beginning of Paradiso. They were corporate employee in the background summoning Warplane out of thin air and bulldozing through the battlefield. I've seen people talking on the internet about... because G-Corp had the decisive weapons, right? The Lord of Flies and all that. So what would be the other decisive weapon of the other companies? R-Corp just like releases every single hatchery at once and bum rushes everybody. W-Corp just like summons trains around. That'd be funny. Although Double Corp summoning trains around. That will be like using the Doom train from Final Fantasy VIII. Do people even remember Doom train from Final Fantasy VIII? Since you had a massive cake thrown at your face, had so many flavors, you'll be as one or two. Yeah, exactly. I am not sure how Canto 9 will be improved without making it like super long. And that's my issue with it. I think like we already knew that Ryoshu was related to the Five Fingers one way or the other from the very beginning. Because when she's introduced right at the beginning of Salvastura, and you get that small blurb about her, you see the Five Fingers behind her. So like, that is a lot to talk about in a single canto. And especially if you compare it to more focused cantos like Canto 7 and Canto 6. So, unless you made the canto super long, or made more intervalos to like explain the other cantos, but then I think it's kind of shitty. Hungarious bolus? I didn't remember that. Warp train filled with rats. Also, I had a theory. I think most people have this theory too, but I think the sweepers are a kind of blood. Because we have been mentioned that like other Bloodfiend families have different physiologies. For example, there is that mention of giant Bloodfiends with multiple arms back in Canto 7 during the Bloodfiend War. And we do know that every district has their own Bloodfiend Elder. So I would not be surprised if the sweepers come from a Bloodfiend Elder from the head. And the head, I imagine, is A Corp, right? Or at least like the A district wing. I have an almost controversial take regarding the 7 and 9 pacing. Ooh, do share. Once I rise bed for the door, so the mass of living human flesh just pours out. Honestly, yeah. He could just do that now that I think about it. That would be viable, Prost. Just put a bunch of people on warp trains and get them free. Although, I think if you do that, that would kind of fuck up Double Corp. Because the way Double Corp is always successful because people don't know about how it works, right? I saw Rufo and came immediately. I am waiting until she gets introduced. I want to know what KJH was on when he designed her. Why is it so equipped? Probably a direct order from upper management. Double Corp on the version of Going Boom. That is true. Double Corp is on the version of Going Boom. Sorry. So much so that people are speculating that like the fall of Double Corp is what's gonna lead to a Smoke War 2, right? Because if Double Corp falls, then they need someone else to take its place, and who's gonna take its place is gonna result in a second Smoke War. Unless the second Smoke War is a result of people trying to take L Corp again, because L Corp's position is still like free, right? Nobody has taken L Corp yet, and from what we gather, Limbus' goal is to take L Corp's position. So survive now, do stock value later. That's how I know you're not a CEO. Because if you ask every CEO, the CEO would probably think about the stocks first. And my pacing is all fine, just people play through all of Candle 9, 3 in 1 sitting, thus overwhelming pacing. That's understandable. And much part 1 and 2, just showing Bruno Command, remember Streamer Man. That is true. I do agree with that, though. I do agree that Kanto 7 pacing was also pretty weird. Funnily enough, I think Kanto 6 and Kanto 8 have pretty good pacing. At least, I think putting the... Even if the dungeon is a little bit weird in Kanto 8, I do think everything that comes after it and before it, and even like midway through the Kanto, midway through the dungeon, I think it's pretty fun. Tensor is still Shane betrayed somewhere in Elkhart. Shane then betrayed. And she did not want his ass in the library. Fair! I would not want his ass in the library. Oh my god. Do you think we're actually gonna see one day, like, Tensor bring it back? Because I imagine, I don't know if Sensor and Naked Nest are two abnormalities that have some pretty intense implication. And I am not sure KGH would like the sinners involved in that. But we're gonna have to wait and see. There is a smoke war monster in Limbus company apparently that people think it's censored. But I don't think it would make sense, because when you look at the monster, at the smoke wire monster, it doesn't give me the same vibes as Sensor does. Also, the things that Sensor do in Lobotomy Corporation, the smoke monster could not do. So technologies to restore lost body parts that come onto the city. A facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of a lower body. Reconstruction process will keep the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? We're gonna ask how expensive the other options are if this cost is reasonable. A windowless room thick with sharp scent of medicine. There's stuff then, reason why so many people like Valentina and Chill Marianne. Yeah, that's fair. It's the same metal reproduction as Granny Birds. You know what? That's true! Wait, you might be onto something here, Prost. Could it be that censored because the abnormalities are from the... Oh, I skipped by accident. Hero was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, fingering her feet as she regarded us. Oh, you can see the scar. That's so sad. But yeah, what I was gonna say, we have seen, and we do know that anybody that sees that, not seen, but we know that abnormalities are born from the subconsciousness of people, right? So, could it be that I think censored might be the abnormality representing up the horrors from outside the city, or it could be a sensitive to a perception tutor to in Lobotomy Corporation. Who knows how bad that abnormality looks like? Exactly. So it could be that either I think censored might represent like unknowable horror, or horror that is too big to be observed. And the birds would be a good comparison, because we see what happens with Honolulu after he observed that. Ooh, Sensor creating a nest in L-Corp. If we get to L-Corp again, and we find out that the entire underground is just like censored, that'd be fucked up. Although to be fair, I don't think the city would get, the head would get involved until it starts like affecting the other nest. Yeah, I agree, Oku. Someone recovering from bisection. She didn't look very different from how she appeared when we seen her through Sinner's cat vision. There she is. My shuddling. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the process of extraction? It hasn't begun yet. Sorry, I forgot. It hasn't begun. It hasn't yet begun, actually. You were waiting until the lines of information that weren't questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items uncovered inside the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done, contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books. Just a super freaky glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something the best time. Give girl her comic books. Show her Batman. But let her spend some time with Don Quixote. I'm sure she's not gonna get bored. Salvador got negative. Incredible. Hello. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason why I should cooperate. Why Haim did so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. But your survival is not incidental, which is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain as the time goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would have hold on. Who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half the current numbers. Which brings us to your next point. Our next point, sorry. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall I say lack thereof, the projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such reassessment should skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation of immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with voices that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost feels he's traded usual thorn for sharper knife, tendons piercing it right where it hurt. Yeah, I can see why Hohenheim would not have any love for the apprentices or the nurse fathers. That means as soon as my useless runs out anyway. Not like you're gonna let me live. Not ever I killed a bazillion of you guys. A bazillion! So you anticipate so far of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. I must tell you, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. Alisa, Hohenheim, and Kira. Yeah. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of the great brother of the Middle. Those two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got serious respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies will not solicit your cooperation by any means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Proof serums, hypnotic suggestions, electric shocks and stimulations, shielding the action with such abnormalities. I think you're just listening like a random BDSM dungeon in the city, Hohenheim. I don't think this is about information extracting anymore. I think that's about distracting other things. That being said, the LC department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope to have serious predilection. So freaking annoying, you know that, mister? Feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of stress sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Gonna give Kira the Garion treatment. Yeah, take her head off and put them in a box. We've seen only one other person being turned into a bot in this game, which was that guy from Kanto 2. I do wonder if how common that is in the city. Who is winning modern nuclear family? Hohenheim is 100% the new version dad. Kira is the daughter. Don Quixote is the woke dog. Who's the male mom? What would be? I think Honglu is the male mom. But then Honglu with Hohenheim is not the ship that I want to see. Dante is the male mom. Yeah. Art and neurodivergent dad, that would also work. Dante could fit any of the roles. Give her some perfume, bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. I'll disregard that. That was rather foolish for you to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of the sort likely falls more within capabilities than my own. Huh. I think he's not feeling okay from seeing Martin's funeral. Of course, as the faker, I don't give a fuck or he has to hide that. Yeah, the officer had only finished laying his dead research to rest. Hero was probably the last person anyone will want to face right now when she has to speak to. I should even say to persuade her. Was still caught in the thoughts and someone Kaiten speculate made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't willing to fight a blow unless he cut for me too. That's why he did exactly that. Waiting for the enemy's head. Yeah, and how did that work out? Besides, he made the right choice. They will sacrifice nothing in a family. A family coming from him. A middle mud thrown out of his kennel. Does this sound ridiculous even to you? That's... Yeah, you know, when you remember how he got his sword, should you have seen this coming, Kira? Thrown out. That fucker Matthias was a great brother only by technicality. But the bad... He was still family by name. But underneath it, everyone hoped he disappeared quietly on his own. He was a family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me being his brat. Not surprising is the same thing for the Boca too. Same cases. Oh, young Roshu, could it be that those now harbor a passionate zeal for fix? We could clap the hand of Don Quixote's mouth, which is totally shaming the conversation. Potentially the family member no one invited. Exactly. Matthias is the opposite of Lei Hang. While Lei Hang gave Tetumb an unlimited aura, Matthias took out the aura of Temido. The only way that Temido can recover from this incredible aura loss is to have Ricardo become a great brother. That's the only way they can recover. Well, I'm already filled the adoption papers. Exactly. Hohenheim has a soft spot for people. He just has to hide that so he doesn't like fucking die. Like, is a forest ghost. He was talking to Ryoshu at some point, you are right. Leihang's so good that he managed to bring back. Hanging out, he's glazing him. I am not glazing. That is just how everybody describes Leihang. Leihang is described as the dude everybody invited. So much that Ryoshu invited his farce ghost in her head. I do have to say though, the more you read about Valentina, when she was like in her peak, the more you realize that Valentina was like strong as fuck. Valentina also is like an aura increase to the thumb. Because you see her mentioning that like she fought a wings decisive weapon, that she fought someone that was going to be a color fixer, and she fought like a bunch of people. And then how the fuck did she lost her Sotocapo thing? Curious, is it not? The point is,
You're taking too long.
you can decide whether you want to live or die. In shortened hesitation. CQ are all S, Y, and C right resistant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely. Right. Sync isn't such a bad way to go if you're... S, Y, and C isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty straight to the grave. How much harder am I should need with Lucio? I mean, you see the stance? Okay, you see what the problem is? His stance was bad because I think the only person that Lucio has fought before was Valentina, which is like much taller than him. So he had to guard up. That's why his like guard was so bad. It is incredibly funny when you look at Heathcliff Lucio though, and Heathcliff Lucio actually guards the right way. So crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? Oh, sorry. I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That should work? Pieces go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong... Pieces who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. The ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviation? Like S, Y, and C? It's so random. Wisdom even says that. I don't think Kira had access to the internet, or else she would know. Ryoshi didn't bother to reply and simply shooed out the mouth end of her cigarette. This is really the right call? To her, we're probably the ones who she needs to par with. As if. Offered the 2-second clock. They even confiscated her book. I think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for the stray that she'd bite us. Besides, oh, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause, well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Huh. Yeah, you're the jerk's brother, right? Kira pushed herself up in the bed with a sore face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come. You will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of emergency. The hell? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on it. Yeah, we can call it fishy, right? That was the second note. It was already 1 hour down. Tempo time. We can do a tempo. Where is it? You. It's gonna become green. Okay, now it's gonna become green. Maybe not. At least we got Faust in a sweater. That wasn't so bad. Faust in a sweater, good material. True, I guess, in a way I did get Gregor. Yeah, I did have pity too. Actually, yeah, I can just like keep this. Okay, to make the change. What announcers do we have here? Oh, wait. You can get Virtues as an announcer? That's funny. You can get Pierre. Who wants Pierre and Jack? I kind of want Kira as an announcer. You can get Ricardo as an announcer? Fuck, okay. I need to get eventually Ricardo, Yashishun, and Kira as announcers. I like them. There we go.
쌍화차인가?
We got Father Gregor.
오늘따라 차의 맛과 향이 진해서 좋구만.
Look at the library invitation there. And Pablo eating. I love Pablo here. So good. Nice. Ooh, and you go back. I am sorry, Fire Fist. You're gonna have your time in the thing eventually. Gonna have to trade places every once in a while. Don't say it looks like Mr. Beast and I hate it. I don't think he looks like Mr. Beast. Wait, no, I can kind of see it. Hold on. No, you know what he looks like? He looks like Vine Sauce. Doesn't he look like Vine Sauce? Beanie from Vine Sauce? No? Just remove the glass and there you go. Yeah! Burn Tremor buff. Burn Tremor? Oh, okay. I do not see Beanie. What do you mean? Aside from the hair, shut up. It could be worse. At least it's not German. Who would have a German ID? Okay. Crack scenario. Limbus company starts getting IDs from the real world people as collaboration. We have already established that Gregor gets the Mr. Beast ID apparently. Who gets the Germa ID? Mercy. Oh my god. I can see Merceau. Have you seen that video of it is Germa like tearing his shirt open and there is another shirt underneath that says something like I love fat bitches? I can see Merceau doing that. That is so cursed. Merceau was Germa. Got this room and get steady ID. That's true. You when I crack Dawn? No, you cannot do that, Roland, because I am the one that's cracking Dawn. Specifically Queen of Tatria Dawn. I blame Chapter 5 of Deltarune to make my brain incredibly... Hold on. I have this. Okay. Yeah, I can keep this. And I ain't cracking you. No, because Dawn is cracking me. We have a mutual crack relationship. Wait, that doesn't sound like what I want this sound. It's so funny because I was watching someone play Limbus Company for the first time. And the moment that the Yesod started coming on screen, Yesod, the first interaction between Roland and Yesod, when Yesod fixes Roland's tie, she started pushing it out hard. Like, girl was going through it. She was having the time of her life. Ooh, yeah, not available, huh?
나를 불렀나?
명령이라면
자유로워질
That's
수
fine.
없어.
Let's
이
lose our
거미줄을 끊어내지
beauty.
않고 사는.
제가 원하는 대로 베어버려도 되나요?
Everyone in the library went hard. Wait. Hard special bean. From what I'm seeing on the internet, Gabriel is the one that is cracking hard. Or was it Malkuth? I don't remember. Only a few days passed since our last visit, but the place is remarkably different from what I remembered. Yeah, it's just the Callisto area. Side of the hollow, frigid atmosphere, the endless stretch of corridors at the day. Hot and Tiff. Tiff is not a child anymore, at least not in library. At least the so-called artwork that all covered in white street. White streets? White sheets. And familiar device are fixated with the back doors. I also... Oh, wait. Roland, Hakuma is not getting cracked too. Because Hakuma is saving themselves by eyeing. Righty, who might those people tighter be? Among Us! I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for this reaction. I just... What is this? Bro? It's like some shady bastards moved in already. Nobody is safe with a crack of dawn. He has his sorrow? Damn, I can't believe Angel has changed her name to Sorrow. A guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward, gesturing to one of the oddly dressed figures. Since introductions are in order for both sides, this is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, will be working with us to investigate the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company, huh? W Company? W Corp? I see. Wayfarer Company. Corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. Oh! Has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, but the name is an official one. Our employee... What voice I give this guy? Our employees have been taken calling you the new L Corp. Something we have in common given we both chasing the same horizon. I remember. That company vying for W Corp place, right? Yeah, regardless the new W Corp. Same horizon. Probably talking about getting recognized as the wing. After all, the old L Corp was already fallen. Why W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. And these are the manager and seniors of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with the on-site managers firsthand. I have more personnel, but the rest are tied up in other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining the investigation effort. Understand. Field operation leaders are almost always other staff, by the way. Support to provide those is more than sufficient. Who's this nerd? Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bookie helmet before setting his head in greeting. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. My name is Alan, leader of Door Breacher Team 4. I don't trust this guy. I can't tell you why, but he gives me bad vibes. If Second Smoke War were to happen, looks like we take over W Corp. Possibly if I get L Corp, since our Lob Corp already have L Corp. I mean, Lob Corp at this point doesn't exist anymore, right? So at this point, Lob Corp is only ruins, and there is like nobody taking over L Corp, as far as I know. Limbus Company is trying to, but I imagine it's smart and simple. Oh, the L ladder is free, and our company has started with an L. Can we go in? I told the W Corp is interesting though. I think it's gonna be like a war for 2 of these wings. You know? Because from what I'm gathering, the second Smoke War is gonna be bigger than the first one. And if they were 2 Smoke Wars, and if they were fighting over 2 wings, and that would make it much bigger. Yeah, no tries to go for our corporate library. Look, I haven't existed. That's true. Likewise. Before False could even relay my reciprocal greetings, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm. If my ticking didn't bother him at all. He was singing to a script he had rehearsed. I heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company. The Bastian's performance. capitalize on the suppression of distortions at the corp, leverage to push your products. And the profits were nothing short of staggering, I hear. Oh, talking about the distortion with something special. What's that product about? Right, we have been speculating that they are selling monoliths to other companies, right? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. I also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, an interpreter? In that case, we'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. House didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan pinned on her. She nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried out the Hohenheim. He's referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Herbert, the Corp's executive director. Oh, that's how the rumor spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements now. I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back door. I appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about this backdoor's connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira's pointed look. So Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation. She still gave up a silver of the information she had. Honestly, I got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in this room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out farm stuff, but... Farm. Oh, it's a gathering material. She's a gamer, I can't believe it. And yeah, I actually called him Robo-Unk, damn. She really is. I am really curious to see if the Korean version actually uses Korean modern teenager slangs. 100% say 6'7". Yeah, this is why she cannot be a member of the team. Sorry, Kira, you are not joining Limbus company. Come on, gutsy now. Going back hauling piles of them. They're probably connected to some Backseats area. Backseats. Any more details? Can you stop crying? You low-key... You are low-key pissing me off. I am the original Middle Walker. Oh. What? This is all I got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a deep expression. Even before I could rest what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side in a sudden punch by Alan. Oh shit! Okay, I don't like this guy. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge his fire attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She started blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, once I had caught off guard, was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, arm being extended to blow making contact. The chain of action was tight, just didn't look normal. She just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reels on the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke in a cold, sharp tone. Oh, what manner of discartes is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. You remember when we called Hohenheim a fake I don't give a fucker? Kira has been in the company officially for like 10 minutes. And Hohenheim already doesn't want her being hurt. I don't think he liked that. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in the organization, but it is here. It happened again. Do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies, I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down for an hour without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied about Hohenheim and the situation. He had to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? Annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate to her lashing out at Alan. went just now, though. What's that? It exhibits a behavior that defies the laws of standard physics. Oh. Just on the task at hand. Scenario. Sorry, he's back in his normal voice. Scenario should give Team Leader Alan whatever information you have. Yeah, try to punch her and see what's happened, Alan. That door should lead to one of the ring protectors. The other two on the left, they were Mario fanatics painted with blood. But Ash and I where they actually lead. So blurry. Like that all information we can provide. Well, that's Vice. We now know the door is likely connected to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Far's company backdoor map progress. They thought they could stop a demon, I'm back. Hello, Flynn. Which means there's less chance for us encountering a space beyond human perception. What do you mean by place beyond human perception? Alan, you can't just say that and not elaborate. Have no idea. Thank you, Jazor. Thank you for being the translator here. Lost my streak point. Right? It's okay, Flynn. You may lost the streak in Twitch, but what really matters is the streak in your heart. I am sure you'll be able to recover it. You'll trust me, huh? Why Vine Boom? That wasn't even sus or anything. Why bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Are you joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Young. Oh, of course. Of course, for Don Quixote, he's young. Will looks like he's one step away from dying. Just this once. These are procedures for handing over field operations. So that's gonna be difficult to decipher. Yeah, that's why we need Sinclair around. Okay, let's see what's in there. Whoa, that's cool. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? I don't think this is wildlife. That looks like a whale. Yeah, it's the same thing that Callisto was doing with people, but they're doing it to animals. Well, and I guess people too. The moment we stepped in, the light hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the scenery. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out the room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animal. I'm a whale, well, not a whale. You are a water mammal. That's close enough. Kinda. Aren't belugas dolphins? Or are they categorized as something else? I think they're categorized as dolphins, are they? Yeah. Felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was quiet when the air itself carried a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence. But it wasn't Don Quixote or usual suspect. Holy shit, this game was just insane! That's the Whale for the Aid Association Great Lakes special issue! Hare was seen beaten down all along, exclaimed for a bit of energy in her voice. Man, seeing the real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots this monster with a harpoon of his, huh? The Great Lake Whale. Look at the one we encountered though. Yeah, this is a minor whale. Nowhere near the level of the whales that we saw. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not alive, but... Duh! To Robot Unk say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if you could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Hare kept sneaking glances at the massive horror displays inside. clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct short of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Huh. Don't shot it. The eye of the second kindred of House Tepes? Wait. House Tepes? Does that mean that Dracula is a real thing in the Limbus? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit, items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, sighting with a crimson eyeball that called Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones they had from the human body. Here, gallery of the School of Falvis, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a massive atelier and action house. Part of Latin Imperial's name. Yeah. That means we already knew that we had like different houses of vampires in Limbus Company in Project Moon Universe. Cool to see these. We're making our exit chart. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh shit. Whoa, you look cool. Turning towards the sound of shoes sliding on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks, staring directly at us. Are you Rufo? Oh shit. That presence is kinda like Papa. Hey, no way! That's not a raid boss who can clear at our level! Gotta get out of here! Not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. The door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate lockdown sequence. Maestro? Wait. Was Callisto a maestro? As tensions thickened, one of the strangers who wore a particular bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke carried apart curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a basement. You look cool as hell. Stray little spider falling from her parents' web. How many years? Ooh. Farmer Corporis West. Okay. So this guy is on Callisto's level. Or at least somewhere above that. Right. Makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I was, didn't I? A wolf. Surprised. Yes, I must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still fresh flesh of living prey. The predator's ferocious yet cavernously resting, howling. Well, that my the whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors, the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emile Benoit. Emile Benoit? They say that you can't hatch a phoenix in a chicken's egg. Now it's a fight, see. Benoit's a woman? This big? Fellas, we're getting some extra pussy, boys! Looks like that mind of yours is still as sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tacticity of eyes and guts makes for possible old AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a stripped down memory lane with the maestro. I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to waste time. She's so more considerate here. I'm gonna turn taxidermy art. I'd win. The lockdown sequence thing. How much longer is it ready? Don't call my mind. The lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an intense glare, spiked by the kindred's eye, slipped away my words without even a hint of her shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress of speed of lockdown lies in Ellen's hands, not mine. By nature, time-consuming work, we cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make a suitable juncture trial plan A. Plan A? Any suggestion that involved Don Quixote removing her shows would not be dignified for serious discussion. You have this giant woman in front of me and you ask Don Quixote to remove her shows. I am not responsible for what I'm gonna do next. Maybe what Hohenheim had in mind has nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoe. Perhaps the ominous Maldestow was about to retort false categorical rejection. But the moment he followed False eyes and saw what he was looking at, quietly shuts his mouth and stayed nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. For this, however, is more grasping at straws. At the end of the gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Araya Shiki. I think I'm gonna make Ryoshu use her sword again. We have established that like this is bad, right? It erases her memories. I was going to try using it anyway. Long waited to see if a master's death is any different. Telling her we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here will be quite fascinated specimen by the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that was so conveniently been delivered to them. Improbable that it will allow us to return unharmed. False is right. He and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of the Arashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. Another sinner. Yeah, that seems pretty common, doesn't it? I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go out easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm sad or not, Locke. Think that woman as they hang. And do as you did in Heathcliff's mansion. Take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal fielding, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. Cut from Arashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, I at least stall to Maestro long enough to give us time to get away. Sat sure about this. Thank you, Jazeroni. The floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, is the gallery of the School of Fulvis. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without a deserved fight if possible. Shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring Arashiki makes it worth the cost. Win my clashes? That's what we're trying. You want a taste? Oh. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? Oh. The lock of the House of Spiders is to bind Arashiki no longer exists, so I can't draw the blade. Oh shit! Are you telling me that when Araya became... Because the thing is that Araya became the shit, right? She gave her life to make a new sheet for Ryoshu. Did she put a new lock into it? Maybe now it only works when Ryoshu is on like extreme... on like high emotional level, like when she uses her ego. Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering the relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. Shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood of Ryoshu's arm and her own, so the arm had been experimented proven hot. Was it hard to guess? Thinking. You noticed, didn't you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? Go on about it. Ask any student, and they give you the same predictable answer. Deadly venom, the sleek scales, why it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced towards us with a short circuit and seized a beige thread hanging from the ceiling. Telling a mere thread would be wrong. To assemble the thread I found much more disturbing. I, for one, have particularly liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by the bones but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. As I should have said, I admired the structural reflection. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bone assembly. What hell's that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material for a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of the monster. Oh! Her sheer presence radiated pressure as oppressive as that of her nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Right, because the Falvis Rodion, she has a bear arm. Is that how the Falvists use things? Consider the privilege. You look like you want an application of the green machine at bakery. Hello, dude. You missed when I was talking about being crushed by Miss Benoit here and having Dante remove her shield at the same time. Things are getting a little bit hot in Limbus company. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, the Lord of Secrecy is still not ready? 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the Eagle Gear Hohenheim as he brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Ooh. As I scrambled to keep the sinister identities, something abruptly stopped the beast like a bandage midway through his hurling motion. The one who intercepted the blow. Oh shit, it's Kira! Yo, that's cool though. Shit. Oh, it's the arm! Amazing. Struggling to push against serpentine iron for steel-sealed blades. Kira? Does you have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this one's the plan at all. Is it not? Couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Doesn't go her face couldn't be anything out of utter regret. The middle, huh? For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quality tattoos on into yourself. You must build a new kit, Matthias to kin. Why do you stand in my way? But final, I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn, they never forgot to teach me here. Why did they even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. But the behavioral facet of the fight can be controlled with suitable training. But it's fact the data, but useful one. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping at me, use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. He used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again for monstrous swing, but... Huh? It's a foul injustice strike against your preparing opponent in a duel. Behold, I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only most phenomenal fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm for full might, knocking off the trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of massive attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone. Yeah. Ready to the lockdown sequence. I will shoot the door immediately upon your exit. Okay. As Faust made her exit, with what was left of what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, bearing her way out. Hollow chuckled, the sleep out of her lips. Oh, this for real? Exactly why I didn't want to get involved. How taking Kira back to us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her to the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk no one in their right mind would take. She lowered her head in defeat, so she knew full well the fate awaited her. But Dante's built different. Dante, you know what to do. Such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that?
Yo, don't just stand there. Get over here now.
But these guys are gonna come and floating in if I... You TTM, wanna get cleaved in half again? Pin me on this later, you gotta pay. Locking the master's arm by a hair as it came down on her again. Kira... I don't know what's wrong with me today. Kira hurled herself to the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushing to the doorway, she and the scenes had gone in the head, but talk too much. Thank you, Jason Rooney. Amazing translator. Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the master crossed her. Okay, think you use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira will be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members have managed to cross our rather sizable forest. Finding them off with just sinners I have on my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, is summer all available now? Once I count their sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after the other. Just using the wicked sangria Wait! They have a sangria translations? That's funny. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your audience, active manager. I out is and prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, just need to finish this fight. Everyone to me. Damn. At least he gave him a warning. At least they gave him a warning. Thank you for the follow, Jezeruni. Good to have my own translator. Thank you so much. Ooh. Forced mod confused. Also, thank you for the... Oh, my coffee mug is empty. I'm gonna take a quick break. We just started a fight. You know what? I'm gonna get a water bottle. Give me a sec. Real quick. I'll be back. Alright. I have returned. Let my people clash while I drink some water. Thank you. My Dong never disappoints. I don't care if the Blood Fiend team is not good right now. I'm gonna keep using them until they become unusable. Although I'm pretty sure eventually we're gonna have more Blood Fiends on the team. Because there is no way that we'd never meet more Blood Fiends again. Where's my... Oh, there's my phone. Someone's calling me. Okay. I'm gonna have to take another quick break. I am so sorry. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I gotta just go down and check something. Be right back.
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did. boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I did need to find more blood things. Yeah. Like, outside of maybe... none of the Sinner's story is over, and I say that when we come back to Ryoshu's... Sorry, to Don Quixote's story, we're gonna be seeing more of the blood themes, and I think eventually, because of the way that the ideas are working right now, we're getting those fathers and all that. I think eventually we're gonna get like a Don Quixote, a Dead Quixote ID for Dawn. Either that or like an evolution of the ID or whatever. Why am I getting gas by potatoes? Hello, Taryn. Good question. I have Karen that is here on my channel every once in a while. Most of the time, actually. Karen usually gets some weird ads. Karen apparently was getting ads in Portuguese and Spanish for no reason at all. You know, if only there were ways you could turn off ads. Wink, wink. Surely nobody would make browser add-ons and let you do that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Look, my favorite magical girl. Hello, queen. Okay, we're going well. Hey, Dawn is awoken. Let's go. I'm sorry, the blood fiends have way too much aura for me to replace them by the shop ring. The ring, I think people are going to disagree with me, but I think the units from the ring are very, very ugly. Especially Honglulu. If I could use Honglulu without the hat, I think I would. I think I would like the skin more, the look more. But I think that hat with the hose chopped us out. Incredibly ugly. Let's go. We are winning. And we can still make our win rate through the game. See? Easy. I how the ring units look, so I'll see why others wouldn't. Yeah, like, I think there is... I don't think the units... Albina looks pretty cool. Albina falls with the motive of the Iron Maiden, and taking the skin off looks amazing. Ring Falvis look pretty good. Both Merceau and the Rodian look pretty good. I think even Altis looks pretty good. And I've never seen Yiseng, so I can't like say much about him. I think I don't think I like Honglu, that's all. I don't think I like Honglu's ID. So much so that I do have Nurse Father Honglu, and I put the Kurakumo skin over him, the Kurakumo facade. Only the first door, and the impediment is already beyond expected level. Kind of based on what it's like inside. True, yeah. Swear, if that was... Swear, I thought that was it for me back there.
Events of this nature won't be frequent. We're merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, would have gotten cooked like that in the first. We wouldn't have gotten cooked. Okay, I like Hare. Like, why even brag to me if you don't trust me, weirdos? Would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. E? What's that? Same difference. Again, why short it like that? Just say duh or something. Or spell it out and say what was anticipated. That's WA. Huh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated for this sort of task, but the mortality rate's quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door for the expedition without any casualties are under 15%, while measures count towards a flawless expedition. Huh. So, they don't choose where the was anticipated. Thank you. So, the way I am understanding this then, they don't choose where the doors are gonna lead to? That's interesting. The way I was expecting the Wayfarer Corp to replace... Well, I guess if they find them, I guess they can move them somehow. Else, how else are they gonna put one in the back of the truck? Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed a amicable smile. Seemed totally different from the man who had manhandled Hare with his face. Also, I just realized, don't they use something didn't Barry use something similar to take Don Quixote to take Sancho to the lighthouse? Sophists won't be able to cross over anymore if the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors has always been the ringster of clock. And those Falvis beasts have endured a long-standing faction with the ring. They got that much history. There must not be any back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Rufo was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of our alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if it were the case, it's unlikely they would move on to the House of Spider so soon. He always rushes a surprise attack though. Even that Falvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, follows they will need time to access and deliberate about the situation. Situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identified to organizations that have secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the backdoors and the like. Once all backdoors related to the procedure inside the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempt. That separation is more important than God. That aside, why couldn't I draw my blade? It was Cupboard's fault. Ryoshu lifted the shielded sword with an irritated frown. That's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. The quivering most faint was seen by all indeed. Ooh. Wait a moment. Wait! Hold on, do you mean that Araya is actually in the sheet? I thought she just gave her life to make the sheet and not like... Oh! Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed with something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw this word twitching and so it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking to Cupboard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you... Is it an SS? Demon Edge? Enchanted Blade? Which is it? SS for Sacred Sword? Probably neither of those. Nor is it a Sentient Sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. That attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance for continuing. Any further work for me to do while you're away? Sentient sword. Okay. I thought sacred first for some reason. Thank you. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. In the House of Spiders? Where are they taking us? There we go.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Oh, look at that. The damage was pretty even.
순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
Oh, and we're getting tickets
마음껏 마셔.
too.
그게
The fact that we are still getting tickets too all the way here.
유일한
We need to talk, Mr. KJH. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. Yeah, Shigi is a relic, so it's not far off, I guess. That is true. I have played too many medieval fantasy games, especially D&D, to not go straight for the Sacred Swords. I didn't know there was a place that isn't the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as special analysis of correlation between the emergence of Scenario 11 sign and the manifestation of possible future. Manifestation of possible future, huh? Looking around, I spotted Sinclair with a group of visitors surrounding. Same people who dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of seniors who tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time where they took a breather. Nice. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? If Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, categorized device should be available for the relic now. Which means it should be finished in an hour for now at least. Scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it said almost felt like a child trembling. Wait. Is Araya's consciousness in the sheet? Does that mean that it's not a sentient sword? It's a sentient scabbard? Moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair. I was getting bombarded with questions when an unexpected figure behind the pillar caught my eye. Oh. Bro is hiding. You have to stay hiding, brother. You don't know what's waiting for you. It was Vespa Crabro. Vespa Crabro. A big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped in its back. Neck. Manager. Oh no, don't tell me that Vespa is also like Rodion. Chairman Snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Bug, kick his ass. Bug. I saw a bee. It was pretty. Kick his ass. He is like Rodion. Oh no. Even Virgil was like, not only is this matter not worth putting fingers over, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out of the table unattended. Still, we'll refer to do exercise more care next time. Are you putting me in a tough spot? Single dad, even is. Single dad and two children here. Understood. Charon? Sharon, super silky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Lines. Virginia's talk like that to Sharon is adorable. Yeah, Vespa is the name for the European hornet, right? That's also the word for hornet in Portuguese. And I think in Spanish too? I'm not sure. Deploying super fast speed candy. Beep beep. Mode disabled. Vague Leviathan reference here. Ooh. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request. But may I remove that paper from my back now? It's legal convenient for me. Vespa is also from Nanocorp, right? There are some similarities to how Vespa and Merceau talk. I wonder if there's something to do with like whatever they did in Nanocorp. Sharon forgets this time. Next time, no mercy. Let's make sure she doesn't listen to the radio channel again. Virgilius looked on for an inscrutable expression. Sharon peeled his neck teeth off behind Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this. Don't have to think I'm burning through the little candy chance I have left. Trivial nonsense. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later! That's super picky. Well, now you know! I still see you gobbling up my chair! My snack too! Or kick his ass! Rodion Romanovic? I am aware that half of the total snack budget allowed each dinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. Holy shit, girl. Chill, that's toast been agreed upon, okay? Besides, stat into this list. You see, Rodion is gonna get the Black Silence ID. Rodion is gonna get the Black Silence ID. Write this down this instant. It has been said. Rodion's gonna become a color figure. She's gonna be the black something. Write it down, right here, right there. The lines of Rishiga's brow look deeper than usual today. Rodion's life is already over. It's never over. The Rodion life is gonna live forever. 10 foot 20, the LARPer man. Hoping to help him out of ending a cycle of snack-related headaches and satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brilliant silence with my TikTok. You heard anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante's inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. Looks at it with its header. That is true. If we talk like, if we are being objectively, for a Black Silence ID, Heathcliff would be the best fit. But god, it would be so incredibly funny. Heard from the researchers, but not getting. I still wanna see Red Mist Don Quixote someday. That's probably my dream AD. Red Mist Don Quixote or Red Riding Hood Ishmael. That one is like locked in. There is no way it's not Ishmael. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals. The manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, the only variable information has so far been its existence. Research in that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Also as a point, aside from Sinclair, none of the seniors can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could contribute. There are more individual bearing signs. There could be a wider pool for comparative analysis of samples narrowed out scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not a regular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individual wearing size, you mean like Damien and Sanson. Wait, could these guys do what Sinclair did? Go in some super-powered future self and just wreck everything? Red Mist, you think? Don't put that evil on me. You think already has the Roland Larper ID? He already has the Tumblr Sexyman ID? He doesn't need the Red Mist. Dawn needs to get the Red Mist. Or else I'm gonna be so sad. Wait, if Dawn gets the Red Mist, does Ryoshu get Bina? Or Merceau get Bina? I think Bina is a little bit... Okay, Red Mist Ryoshu I can kinda see, not gonna lie. But I still need... Dawn needs to get a color fixer ID at any point. And I hope it's not Vermilion Cross, because Vermilion Cross it has a bad reputation. Because there's blind obsession and hunt target. Yeah. And the big bad wolf is gonna be Heathcliff, if that's the case. The shipping is gonna live forever. I should step in and put an end to the subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. What Ishmael went false reported back then. Right, Sinclair for the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to fight off Cromer or Sanson Rag in the story. Those could be it. That does seem plausible. I don't think the rings of light were like a sign though. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of the subject will not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be necessary response to defense. Vermilion Cross don't sweep. Only if they made Vermilion Cross not be a fraud. And I know that bro got jumped by like the strongest people in the city at that point. It was not a fair fight. And he was still a strong color fixer. But come on. They need to... Don't give Dawn the idea of the one color fixer that we see doing nothing. Ishmael could get the Indigo one though. This is at best grounded in supposition. But it will seem that the researchers are coaxing forth an hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that. A bit about the sign, maybe some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of science working may be equivalent to those of singularity and reality. But as no objectionable evidence was obtained for Sinclair, there was presently no means by which his hypothesis may be validated. Who gets the Vermilion Cross? Rodion, because Rodion is not special, so she can get jumped. I am kidding, by the way. I love Rodion. This is a joke. Let's see. Nothing came out of the Dragon Sinclair after the research. Oh, you thought it was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. No, I mean... Just kidding. I just started going along for the mood. I got one. Siegfried Donkey Shudder. Okay, I can see that. Only if Siegfried also has tight spandex, so... Only if Don Quixote has the tight spandex that Siegfried was wearing. Extremely fit to her body. Yes, I can see that. Uh-huh. KJAs, you know what to do. Joe Sinclair wouldn't have thought to joke around like that. It changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen when that we should worry about? I stuck with him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Some blood, small skin sample. We're checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to put some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battles that has happened, or at least sensations you felt when you gained consciousness. Your memories of that moment have yet returned? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back actually. Ralph said they only exist in my future self, so... Later parts of the library see the reverberation symbol get me some ideas. Oh, 100%. Eventually, I think...
I think that eventually Purgatorio or Paradiso is gonna happen in the outskirts, and we're gonna get to the library at some point. Why? We're gonna have to wait and see. Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which come first? A paradox, it was seen. In such a case, Sinclair's merely a branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes us in the future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, to diminish to ever reverse the course and trace back the self that now exists. Yeah? Not certainly, but a plausible interpretation. Yeah, Sinclair and O'Donnell like incredibly obvious which one they're gonna get. Philip Sinclair plays through Distortion Boogaloo. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Philip got turned into a book, right? And if Philip got turned into a book, then that means eventually he was let back to the city again. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you will not understand. Oi, memory or not, the Fuji guy still came out of it, didn't he? And some part of him gotta be left there somewhere, yeah? Muscle memory or whatever, perhaps can spill off some of this priest from back then. From back then? Heard you kicked off Robert out there. Even blew out the trigger picked up from that fast little geezer, right? Not just that, he was using Mang technique quite effortless too. Once foreigners her? Yeah, please. Remind me about that. The glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. Had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? Doctor released his torches in the blue cycle back to the city. I don't think they had I don't think they had an option when they released the light, right? Wasn't the pages released into the city when they released the light? It's the first time I'm hearing about it. How will symbols die? Who won't die? Oh, okay. Alright, so what exactly is the glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that has its physical ability? I mean, that flashy aura that makes you real tough is one part of it. But there's gotta be more, right? Yeah, we're gonna get some explanation on what Shin and Mang are. Because we know that Leihen could do that. We know that Jakyu could do that. We know that Virgilius can do that. Haven't we seen him do that? Looked like the light was actually being released. Oh, okay. They get released to the library and the okay, yeah, right. Because they were killed while the light was being actively released, so they didn't get turned into books. Okay. Thank you. Jitsu. It's only proper hard bastard can use it. A posh top end streak, is it? Not with anyone in particular, the sinners slowly turn their gaze towards Vigilius and Vesper. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. Moses. Have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can't claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare some rumors, so they are all without proper source. Rumor. They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. There exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive costs. A Willmonger's fixers say style. Yes, the technique to manifest it. How to tips really? Fat through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus feed? Bro was really popping off of it. Played up aura farm with shiny Mang wrapped around the weapon. A speed that mine eyes is yet to private seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's the latest issue! Literally on the video on the back! Maybe you missed it? Your tape, huh? Alas, for that many weeks I've been straining in the Matthew, giving me a chance to read not only the proper article, but the latest one as well. Woe is me, when I return I shall feast to the night of noble exploits of adventure fixers. Oh, I love her. Which is why if I went with you, there'd be happily ever after lyrics instead. And just died. Man had just died in the library of Casual Wiggle form, he would have been united with Salvador and Yuna Costa. Yeah. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled. Thank you, Karen. I now have water here. Hold on. Thank you. Altis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mental of Shin grants his users a high degree of physical enhancement. No such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power at that magnitude comes without an equivalent costume. You have never seen Dragon Ball, Altis, and it shows. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like projects and applications, and depending on how it's used, the consequence demands can reach levels comparable to the ego of you. So yeah, Shin is not something that you can just use willy-nilly, right? It's not a button that you can press on and off. Shin is manifested in moments of like high emotion. I meant to say this acts a toll upon the mind. I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it's not unreasonable to assume we could make use for it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. But according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. Huh. So does it really matter how strong you are? As Leil Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided you know the proper method of training. This was well visibly twitched at the moment the Leil Harpoon left the Chica's place. Yeah, I don't think he's a big fan of his own title. Yellow Harpoon. Well, this I think. Got those yellow stripes on his clothes and used a harpoon too. Can't he argue with that? Yellow Harpoon is a good name. I'm fighting anybody that says otherwise. Sorry. Yeah, comes from mental trains manifested to clear your mind before focusing on the memories of the most for you. Yeah. You are essentially tapping onto your emotions and your memories to manifest battle aura. I think there's a better word for this, but you know what I'm talking about. If I were to exaggerate, even senior Yiseng 3 Contra itself could manage to learn it. I myself be chosen as a point of comparison. Because you suck, brother. King Claire would beat your ass in a fight. Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. I'd like to get to you. Or Yiseng. Even so, I thought Yiseng has a very good aptitude to use egos, so considering what we see as IDs, would be a mistake to assume that power anyone can grasp ease. As long as you're bound by contract as Swiss sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited, unless you rely on particular identities or come upon extraordinary circumstances. So, that is interesting. Would it be... Is it a mental block about them fighting for... about them being subordinates of Dante? Technically, is what makes them not able to manifest Shin completely? Or could it be something about the way that Dante's contract equalizes the fight, equalizes the power between. So, if Dante's thing equalizes the, power. Sorry, I'm trying to mount the phrase I want to say here in my head for a second. If what Dante's abilities does is equalize the physical power and skill, then technically that shouldn't be affected, right? Hero had fished in her fingers, raised an arm as though she couldn't hold the question back in. Come to think of it,
The middle nurse fighter didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I gotta get stronger without rush like that. wasn't that he didn't teach you. Couldn't. He was a man who probably never once reflected upon his own sin. A piece of trash that he would be incapable of comprehending his power in the first place. Damn. You don't need to be so... He was still her father, you know? This was response always come back ripping Venel's hatred whenever the conversation was the topic of the finger. Kira must have noticed too. Pat simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, expression setting into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. You want to reduce to a yes or no? Yes. We'll be able to learn if the odds in your favor. That is, assuming the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. Despises the fingers. Yeah, it's understandable. I already said I get it. It stands, you're nothing more than a pending case, I suppose. Those it are trapped than you are to an ally. Don't get too comfortable because the marriage of this thing is to step out of line, the one who pays the price. There was nothing what you said they could argue with. Hero had been a member of the House of Spiders, murdered scores of sea research, and left us plenty of memories we'd rather not visit. By now, we're just working together. Though contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward it. Leaving Kira alone for thought, the sinner slipped back into her own business. Next, you'll shatter conversations about whatever happened around LCE. Examinations concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Riro returned. I keep forgetting to give him the nerd voice whenever he shows up. I need to call him a nerd. Nerd! Alright, cool. Renkatsuen. Where have I heard this name? Present a conclusion first. No, the notion of this word being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the wood is not a blade, but a scabbard. An eagle forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Ooh, this shit is eagle gear. Sent it toward, huh? Yoshu Grumpy's missile made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like you could understand what I'm said by Will now. It was a reunion of sorts. One that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the golden bows can erase someone out of existence, and the golden bows can also bring Araya back from being a chief, I believe. Like the answer for Don Quixote, Blood Fiends, Raid Uniforms. Unfortunately, I cannot check it live because I don't think Twitch would enjoy me beating my meat crazy style on stream. Scabbard has his own will. Does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It's too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death as the moment. Passive says became a sort of ego in Rien fight. Oh, okay. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and the reconstruction of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technologies and conditions. Except the Golden Bow can do things outside of reality, they are rule breakers. The researchers have been inclined to entertain some infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the laypeople like yourself, such a process would be liable and impossible, wouldn't it? There's no need to fixate on possibilities of the present managed by Dante. Such matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. Right. But it may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Sinistrush's memories. So again, that too is really a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself will be necessary. Coordinate with Alan on your next duty. You should still be in the ring near his father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim couldn't himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the curious expected in our conversation. Alright, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze. Seniors were pretending they were an interest at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it's really clear to me they've been intensely listening to our conversation. Where are we to go? Right, sorry. Forgot where you were in Terrafus earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryosha, and I have been checking where the backdoor leads. Oh, and Kira too. Kira cannot hear Dante, so Kira did not know what they were talking about. The Prisoner of War executive manager? Talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Let's remember that carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Oh, clicker. Sure, whatever. Kira needled out and out is a mocking pout. Nothing enough to end up being particularly irritated. Anyway, we better add a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went were that straight to a ring's corridor. That was a close call. Archie and Heathcliff's hands shut up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. Maybe we can rely on you without this. The recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I always understand better than anyone concerned about the peril of working for prisoner of war so liable to betray. Altis. How many flags can you put down, girl? To have your indispensable self proceed with such a handful of soldiers under your command, I cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing your safety. I get it, Altis. You made it point clear enough. Not keen on how I keel over the moment you summoned me. It's a bit dodgy, that. Rather I stick by your side, just grab out myself. Peril of working with a prisoner can betray. Altis, you're... Yeah, I'll just say that and then immediately stares at the screen for 5 seconds. Probably don't need me to come along then. Guess can just summon the rest of us if they're gonna choose his plan. I researched and finished with my efforts, so join you once I found closure. I don't think you can help much whenever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow you if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. Probably be okay. And I will summon them again if things get dangerous. There is no way that the summoning is not without consequence, right? Like, come on. First of all, Dante manifests an incomplete Malkuth. Apparently, something out of order because Faust was a little bit weirded out by what happened. So, that is wrong. And now, whenever he uses it, whenever they use it, there is a giant screen on... There's a giant symbol on the screen showing that the Malkuth is broken. There is no way this spamming is not without consequence. Sifted through the isolated doors in the highest probability of leading into the ring gallery. Next step would be the anti-autonomous door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. It's actually gatekeeping my stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gate doors? Yep. The door over there, pressure connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in all hyped about some can whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Peppa going there to cross out vengeance. But the book says probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered the vague snippets about just a single door, Hero was now feeding Alan a stream of information that seemed solid, even someone as clueless to the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after Alan's character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah. You think she can have a lot of spite and what if she changed her mind about cooperating first? Nevertheless, we shouldn't let her quiet down, Executive Manager. No telling when she's turning on us.
I wonder if there was anyone else this talk would apply to, Altis.
I can really hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. For the high risk ones, I'll continue checking to know which ones you need to enter. I'll untinker the device surrounding and flash couple of floors light. Start with those. Alright, you guys gonna go first. They all look about the same, just like the closest one. Well, I'll indeed say they're safest ones, shouldn't matter which one.
And we know it's a battle node, so... As I reached for the nearest door, as he told me, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopped in front of another door that stood a few steps apart. This door is familiar. Recognize the door? I think I passed through a few times when I was there. Ooh, Hare had Ryoshu speaking and I fragmented memory painted over the fire sleep in my mind.
Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk.
Oh, that's when the dog.
Don't recall much. The memories just now, could it be tied to Araya?
Nope, that's the dog, that's Saru. Impatient as ever, he shoved the door open and strolled in first. The rest was following, including Kira and the other skinner. Worf. Barf is for a bigger dog. Saru, it was like a small dog that could fit in... That like... young Ryoshu could like grab and hold. So it was more like a... Yip or a bark. Vision Bay states a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park. Every sidewalk in here dragging some animal along. A pointy bird. Probably lots of ways. The walk the past Ryoshu mentioned in her memories said the people for the pets. Pieces click together and they boast the other memories solved by the house spider. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru?
Yeah, I remember that.
Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Oh, okay. That means he survived a lot longer than I thought he would. Because when they drove the spiral with him, he was pretty small.
Sorry, that hurt a lot, didn't it? Should have finished the work faster.
Is this Saru? Yeah, that's big. Yeah, that's a bigger dog. That is a bark.
Why is she getting it better?
Give her lots of feet. Oh, I know. Want to go for a walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru?
There's this workshop Dad always visits. The art area connects to a park.
You can go right now. Ryoshu childhood memories burned bright in my vision before passing. Was there as a kid? Very. Such gentleness and most like. That seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Don Quixote looking at the picture of Yoshihide. Look at that! So full! So bright! What happened to you?
Hey, Clock. Said you could show them my memories willy-nilly. No, come on, you know that's not something I can control.
GG, good game. Thank you.
Back in the House of Spiders, there was only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. Time though, her memories seem to manifest for everyone around, just like we experienced in H. Carbon Pongo.
Probably means... Why are you staring at me? So random, what the hell?
Did you not see that just now?
To what? You guys running out together? Yes, not like Kira. If you made a contract with Kira, that would apply. Also, I wonder if Dante can make more contracts. Because if Dante could make more contracts, that means they could somehow add new people to Limbus company. But the way I see it, I don't think they should. I think what makes Limbus company's story work is that you always have the same 12 people with you. Then again, unlike how it was between Linda Yu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. That makes sense.
What did adorable haunting companion of old young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru. But we were locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment. A spiral driven through her. First ever leash. Looking back, might have been a kinder fate if she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty on a voiceless animal. How can such weakness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why. But there was this day where Saru wouldn't stop whimpering pain. I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Or someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment memory, it was very unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Ah, I remember that those scenes there. And what I received was something he called the Beast Blade. A tentacle that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice if ever seen. Ooh, no way! I always did there something creepy for a bonk. That's how he killed your dog, huh? No. He didn't kill Saru. The tentacle was alive. Did you say alive? Bloody hell, alright. Bloody hell, alright, none of that psycho! Her eyes were embedded like adornments. They stared at me in accusation. My heart beats as though it would break here. A horrible sight. I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her life with my own hand. I'm thinking of doing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, I've seen something like that you want to still well clear, yeah? Right, those things called artworks are also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, haven't we checked out the other ring artworks outside of Albina and Nurse Fathers? Maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, this stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. Not the same. Why I was terrified at first as I learned more some facets that sealed my taste. So finds it appeal in those grotesque creations? And what you told me about Callisto, like he failed to seek with his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus was one never expecting understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, has a beauty that lies as grotesque as it all. Yeah, you know, aside from actually using real people to do that, I can understand what she's saying. As someone that loves horror, especially body horror, there is some fascination about how the body could be morphed to look like that. And of course, we're talking about fake bodies when it comes to horror, to like movies and stuff, but still, I can't quite get it, but say so. Ah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? I don't need to understand. You're not an artist. Got used to it with the best Callisto installation artworks called Night Terrors, Nightmares for. Oh, Cupboard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. Trembled, but there was also strange liveness to it. So it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night Terror. Crying from nightmares and spiders. Was actually someone got scared of ring stuff back in the day? Hello! Hello, Wua. Archie skinned people's in life. No, I only skin my chicken nuggets. No, I'm a liar. I don't skin chicken nuggets. Who the fuck skins chicken nuggets? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else we're checking out around here anyway. Inspection complete, quickly followed Ryoshu back. Stood in front of the artworks covered in cloth and lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork plate here. Music's good. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying they needed to practice, so he wouldn't lose his touch. Aww. What's wrong? Over there. Oh, the circle thing. Thought I told you to keep this Bishu in your room. Ah, you returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Aww. Mommy, people were screaming. Here is Yoshihide. Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. Good. Your liking and me acquiring the taste don't mean Araya will. Yeah, poor girl is crying. Let's get back to your room. Sucking something in my arms. I was crying. Sorrow? No, we could be sorrow. The lacerated memories that can never be made whole no matter how many fragments. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but never truly reach her. Yeah, that's the same that happened to Catherine. Okay. See. Sorrow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion of what's been empty begin to entangle Ryoshu's memory, and make it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check the next door. We entered several more back doors Stellan pointed out, but none places ended up steering Ryoshu's memories further. Which meant nothing here. Think we're the... What the... How did they get in here? Oh shit! Hero pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were howling looked like massive lumps flash behind the tent of doors. Finger sense from before. Someone Sato sealed the door earlier? How 10 of these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated. As you can see, the objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artwork. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo Unk was washed? Unk was washed? There's so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does this artwork possess value in and of itself? Or it's just a case of posthumous framing of death effect? Think about it. Some pieces have already been taken. Of course, they're low value to other companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces to them. Funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled, some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name and the description plaques. Pity and save. They may be occupied transporting objects for now, but they likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LC personnel standing here as active manager. Would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Altus is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, like we got our job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz the cylinders replies this time, but fine. Stop spamming this shit, brother. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Vera. You can counter, it's gonna be fine. Can't be that hard. God, she looks so cool in this ID. It is incredibly funny that the technically American singer is the one that gets all the Asian IDs. They really turned my girl. they returned her into Shashishu. It's so funny. To be fair, when it comes to like Shashishu's personality, I don't think she's the one that fits her the most. Ooh, girl. How did you lose all the slashes? I guess I understand why people say that Barber out is fuck. Fuck? Whack. On the plus side, she looks cool as fuck though. Yeah, my Dawn does not lose splashes. That's my girl. Weed my clashes.
I'm half this now. No, don't say that. Thermal blades off. Yeah, the middle grudge. Yeah, she doesn't have that many augmented tools and all that, right? Fervor. Yeah, thermal weapon, middle resentment. Down. It be what it be. Oh, let's go. I thought he was gonna lose that clash. Don't lose the clash, honkers. Ooh. Huh. You know, I've been thinking about it. Who is a good burn ID for Dawn? I want to have Dawn in every single team that I have. Does Don Quixote have a good burn ID? Or better yet, better question. Who would be good with the Damn Office? We have Faust, Gregor, Sinclair. Then we have Altis has a magic bullet, which is good. Has 4 people. Then I would need more stuff for. Oh, how many people are you fighting? Okay, these are the last ones. You throw. Yeah. Win the clash. I am not letting you lose this one. He's the good one. Be split apart. Oh, she's great.
모든 업은 다시 돌아와. 네 머리 위에 내려질 것이다.
Oh, I've seen this animation before. It's cool. This is a boss in the Railway 1, right? I wonder if Railway 2 bug axe gonna be hard. I'm sure the bug axe are like harder than the actual than the first time they got released, right? Nice. Get him. Nice. Easy peasy. The Bloodfin still got it. With this, the last of the ring infiltrators have been eradicated. All of them. Yoshi kept glancing around as if searching for someone. Unfortunately, no other ring members died. Right, there's some from the. Where would the hell they're coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave. And more of the sods lagging in from the back, lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs provided by surveillance devices, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. How did the designation of the corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall, designated as the corridor of the Middleness product. Oh. Suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, you have any information to share in advance? We're planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all the connections located. Cooperation we both appreciate. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing her nails as she were doing an inner struggle. Before long, she snapped out like she just locked in on confusion. Sure, what's stuff to tell ya? Like hella stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so. I got nothing. Never once forgot that fuckers was home.
My memories of either fragments pass. Scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. We want to comfort Roshan to wait good. Accompanied by tremors, we began our way towards corridor. It's really cool that now the Scabbard is a character, so to speak. Ryosha needs to dip the Scabbard in paint,
이 좁디 좁은 왕.
and then have the Scabbard
멸망한 그 땅으로
paint and see what happens. Oh, we're halfway through it. Okay.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
The heck? They wiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not. I spied that half of my word possessions, articulated fixie figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, you know, okay? At hella many of them anyway. My TV is gone. Couch too. Oh yeah, I remember this. They had a couch in the background. Oh, those? LC researchers hauled them away. They're going to set them up at the staff lounge. But the Latin ornaments say they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Alta seemed to notice something the moment she called across this book. Corner of her lip turned a faint smile as she pulled a faint sound. Who knows? Maybe with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they become more receptive to the idea of returning this item. Doesn't mean much. Obviously, I want them back. Anyway, I'll tell you what I know, so come this way if you want in. 2 doors made for paper wood. They connect to S-Corp. And that one was still one leads to V-Corp Backseating, where having lived here and freely used the doors herself, Hare was clearly the person for the job of identifying each door with her company as for. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we shag doors one by one. Good work, now this seems to match, thank you for the cooperation. There was just one back door left to open. I know this is anything new, but I gotta say, this back door is just too bloody convenient. Quite of so. Ain't doing nothing shady like the workplace either, is it? Or is a symbol of turning the knob and entering. Like you outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the two convenience network when it comes to using backdoor portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current Labor Corp, take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology come at a cost, Hitler. Aptly said. But it's maybe in a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality of information provided. You will understand that Wayfarer Company primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening danger for employees. It is true. Like, sure, for the people that uses it, it's easy as hell and much better than the wireframes. But for the people that maintain it, yeah, that's much harder. Costs are pretty pain to keep your path, of course. Operation costs on the rather steep side, especially considering we're also trying to prevent our rivals taking front of the mark. I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. Must be one of the precautions just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that seem much face at most horror. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, the spider ship is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's head back to last door. The last door Peppa used to walk through all the time. Follow the door suddenly crossed over, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar. I'll just melting my nose. Oh no. We need to leave right now. Ricardo might be right around the corner. Stingray, huh? What does that ring a bell? Hang on. It's that place, isn't it? The part ship that has Salon du Malo. The private hair salon. Cliff chimed for shudder, so the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. No, we need to leave. Oh? Does that signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hired the most luscious? What if that luscious nonsense last? Why encourage me now that when you were so cavalier about blasting my billow's arse back in the lake? Indeed, alas, This truth that punishment wrought upon our married man had not sadly outweighed the crime. Still not agree on Heathcliff? Had but the coupons to use would remedy such pain in speech. Ah, bugger it. Ain't got anyone to so far anymore. Well, wait, can I use them? We were regulars at Maluk's place. Bob and me. Papa would ask the middle of them for a favor, bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits I see, so... I'm mapping about that excited. Hero seemed ready to launch on the street for rent. Came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Face fell lower, the gaze scuffed the people away. Looking back, I guess Papa did have a care for me, so why is it true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there after they didn't know me so well? Why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that anesthetic polka? That's a PC. Oh. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how we shot in these things. Ryoshi's just fucking with her at this point. For some reason, Ryoshi seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira's correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent that the self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing acronym. Especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translation became reliable enough, the senior had less reason to voice her frustration with Ryo's acronym. She turned and gave her few calls to care about. Not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. Yeah, because they reminded her of how she was with Araya, right? She would do those and Araya would like not like that. If the construction is correct, the executive manager, she has one tasty sense of humor. But I recall the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Been annoying to play along. First, the more I play along, the more I got into it. The whiny and juvenile was shit though. I know out of that conflict within the trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer inwards to the insides of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into. We get what he was talking about. Besides, I need to know those things if I want to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... Tell me about all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days. Or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad he wasn't there to tell you the boys when it was shit. Once thought of him, same as you do now, a good man, at least among the nurse fathers, having enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he never understood the things I really care about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that changed the perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or why, just what had happened. Wait, I might know this. Once if something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you ever since you quit school. Oh shit, I've never been to school. I've never been through wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking about this ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me the video where he was teaching how to use the stars. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty damn sure. I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshi's confidence for initial retorts seemed to slip away. I didn't blame her, so much for her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshi didn't sound like she was denying out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never had been to school and never wanted to. And I want to give fragment of memory to say that. The moment I wielded, the scene where it passed and flashed across my eyes. Oh well, Yoshihide, I register you in an institution to this, not tell you to stay away from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. Sure it was a school? Or like an art academy or something? Or just it'd be an academy, not a school. Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Yoshi muttered a few words so to her piece of puzzle which she was assembling. And after a brief moment she turned towards me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Fuck? You deserve it back. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with its scabbard. What was that for? Memory sucks, Clock. Would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed perspective of Matthias. Aw, baby Yoshihide's adorable. It's cool, Yoshihide. I don't see why you would wish, let alone need to go to such an institution. And Winner's father is here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique type of homeschooling have been much more in line in the trudging throughout the NASA's formulaic educational system. But Dad, I saw in the picture book. I don't have any friends here. Oh, reunion's pointless. But is this true that our qualities can be learned only through group evolution that engenders competition? Well, Yoshihide, are you registering in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school? Really? I tend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my education curriculum. There's an academy of art, so we see the area of terrain. Companionship with another talented children of course with her age, with nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. It's good proof. But Kalisto, I tell you now that might be making a mistake. How are you certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts, by in every aspect of existence articulated. Not even of choice of what is right or wrong. Yeah, they were kinda cooking him. Dulcinea, hello! Hope La Mancha Land is doing fine nowadays. Aliso had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all while making incursions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now, take a second look at the diagram here, with the 10 mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the pattern of the diagram, and I don't know, we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Myth kid? Picky kid? Right? I don't get what the point of this log is, tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. Damn. I'm more excited to learn about Cupid's technique than scrap. Honestly, why is this watch the movement even part of the curriculum? These people do not know history, dang. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Are you mad because your dad's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder his stuff is as— Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Damn, but Malden Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias either. Just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Used to be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough day, huh? You got dust all over. I got into a fight. Fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? Oh, my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Oh, he didn't like that. Oh, you know, just got some business to get off. Why don't you sit tight and make it work on the color? Daddy will be home before you know it. Okay, is it bro business? Oh, it's family business. I mean, I'm sure like beating your child goes into the book somehow. And seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. It's not his sauce and respect like to beaten. Only he being a simple-minded fool like you. The story would have ended right there if a bat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. Never does. Quite a member of the family, it automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, he did what he did in the end. Oh, this image. Yeah, this is the image that ruined Matthias for a lot of people. There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent girl. I wonder what she takes after.
Bro, bro had to unsheath his sword to deal with the children. Unbelievable. Can't believe it. Ruined. Everybody was saying how Matthias was their favorite nurse father, and how he was technically the best nurse father out of all of them. And then this scene came out and like ruined it for everyone. See, a lot of these things, like these scenes, I think they should have been weaved somehow into Canto 9, but Canto 9 is already long enough as is. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it. Gotta be lost when I find my way through the ring bastards freaking mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, there are so many sleeping brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. It's an alarm for you. And for the instructor, well, anyone agreed that they did some sorry job of keeping the skies under control. In that case, we're sworn to Title 2, Section 52 of the book. Execution by beheading. Clear you don't got much as far as his shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Baba's the best, ain't he? Yeah, he. Such senseless barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Not be discouraged, dear Yoshihide. Have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talent. Much more significant than the prestigious institution's time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did in the previous academy. Wanna... Yoshihide? Don't wanna go to an academy. Aww. Don't need friends anyway. Either way, it ends up being right. I was posturing, nothing is ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hope he, more than anyone, will never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away like he did the others. I always catch on faster than I had any right to. Every contract took me away from the house of spiders when we trembled with anxiety, because I was worried about... I remember that part. But I do note I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing in the world. Cupboard was interviewing slightly, not the past, began to rattle audibly. Ain't that finger? Yoshu patted the cupboard with a gentle reassuring hand. Oh, that's so cute. Appeared to me almost though she was pacifying a crying child. I think that gesture Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet falling, expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the Gunnerboat itself. If I could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. Yeah, but at least if the Golden Boat can erase, the Golden Boat can undo that, probably. Everything we know, the Ringness father seems to have been the least awful parent in her childhood. But yeah, I didn't know that Robo Unc was such a radical guy. Sent you an academy like you won and even got angry on your behalf. Oh. His memories, all I forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left us Nomen by my pillow as a gift. Made of heads. Heads? Yes. The decapitated heads contains in the academy. Tried to get into a sculpture. Thinking back, one sorry skills from an art. Thought you mistaken if not some low effort bullshit like that to make me feel better. Yeah, see, Callisto's thing was not physical violence and not intended violence. It was like Callisto's thing was exposing Ryoshu to the content she wasn't prepared for. There is a word that's escaping me. It's gonna come back eventually. Try to see detail last. Well, with that covered, do you guys wanna head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get a delicious rhythm if I heading back? Shut up! That ain't it. Look there, those buckets from the saloon. What? What the fuck? Will not be odd to find a field branch of the ringside movement different districts of the city, especially at a Falvey scale. However, various evidence suggests their masks, and the Factor group has immediately drawn their attention. They are in the same pack as the one making incursion at the House of Spider. Why don't we... Oh shit, guys, stop! Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab into the middle. You're smack dab into middle protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sister of the middle will be heard in second. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. You already drowned your ring and wanted attention, so you don't want the middle coming out of the spiders too. Sounds like you got a good idea. Talk. Ever play whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back to the door now and beat up whoever thinks of great idea to walk through the door. But so far, sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Hayward is smart. Oh, and he's worried. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look, and our entire squad came pouring through the door. I finished lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, I've concluded its location as the optimal point of intercept, and engaged infiltrators from the range. This location, you say? Wait, the door list was on the syndicate of wind protection, doesn't it? That identified here then. Happy to work some to pick up the update. Yep, time to fight them. Summon the sinner is back to work. That's 3 times you used it in one intervalo, man. I think we need to talk about this, Dante. The middle soundtrack is so good. We do love the middle. Despite all the aura loss caused by Matthias, I still think aesthetically, the middle is one of my favorites. Aesthetically and also like musical, I guess. I guess the music it counts as aesthetic. We got 12 enemies too? Yeah. Let's do it, then. The festival will end. Oof. That was a shame. Once the Rodion has plenty of blood stacks, I don't know what her stacks are called, but she does a lot of damage. Surprisingly, almost more damage than we're supposed. Pretty sure she has done at some point. Nice. Okay. Oh, the Tenocon, the Warframe thing ended. I saw that they were giving a new frame. If you watch the thing, I haven't played Warframe in a long while now, but since they're giving a new frame, I probably should re-download it and give it a try. I remember I enjoyed my time, but I managed burning myself out. We're getting a lot. Yeah. What did they show? I think they showed a new frame too, didn't they? I think I should go back to Warframe. New Warframe is voiced by Matt Mercer. Of course, it's Matt Mercer. You know what I think I should do so I don't burn myself out? I think I should go back to Warframe and then just focus on getting the story done. And once I get the story done, I can start actually farming, you know? Or at least I get way further in the story than I did last time. Although sometimes it is confusing where I should be going next, or what I should be doing. But that's like not a problem for now. I can use a guide or something. Use a guide to unlock like every planet or whatever, and then I just see if I want to play, have the stamina to play all night. Thank you. I'm not sure I have that stamina, but yeah, I'd be glad to play. Incredibly threatening mouse in my chat. Evil and intimidating rodent. It's good that they gave the Mesa one in the Twitch stream, because the Mesa was one one of the wireframes I was thinking of getting.
저것들 전부
Eventually.
썰어버려도 상관없지?
But I don't think I should start like... And also I don't think I should start farming stuff so early. Farming frames so early as I did.
엎드리도록.
Incredible emote, Iris.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
And also I would need more weapons. How are my seniors doing? Let's see. Oh, I think they're winning. How many of them are left? Totally badass ass kicking. Okay, that was an ass kicking. Holy shit, girl. Ooh.
너희의 무기로
Oh, they're all that's left? Let's go.
갈라지도 쏟아내.
Oh, she make us scissors with them. That's cool. Like it's really cool how you see how good Don Quixote is at making her hard weapons, high blood weapons.
어버이를 향한 죄책감.
Miseries.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Probably take a break. It's fine. Also, this canto feels much longer than the previous one. Hey, that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door catalog and workload by 80%. Really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. All thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up the thumb corridor. We actually have a lot of intel lying around here, so we just need to check some doors in the basement. Intel. Sorry. The manager has expressed interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, the thumb corridor came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the thumb's members and orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. That entry was really not so long ago. But the contents of the doors weren't all that interesting. They helped us get an idea of where each door the corridor leads to. Fucking China's shitty crap papers. You've been keeping up that useless shit the whole time, huh? This shit? My man saw her desperate search for a thread to cling to. While one of her backup tickets hard. I marked the doors need to work with drone. A drone? Okay. Those features are interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past as he thought he didn't register what was said. Recalling our conversation with several P Corp, a deeply incurious indifference might be one of the essential personality of traits corporate employee in the city. Yeah, people in the city are a bit weird. Sorry. Hey there, someone's there. More of the ring or... Remember to see what's unlikely members of the ring. Get on my way so I can see. Oh, it's the detective and the stubby guy I don't know, and the annoying Hare dude. Moses, Gregory, and Honglu respectively? Oh, they are here. This conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. Oh, Gregory's out of bed. Hey fella, bumped me in the header. Minus a fee though, just a minor fall. It's the third time with you. You have to discuss the issue with the manager once consultation is over. You make a bump on the side of the head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? At any moment, this is signs off. Worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. It's going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. You're right where it happened, but your arm's stable, see? Ironically, fears tend to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest importance of it. Don't hesitate to chat and feel the thoughts that arise when you were in here. Oh, this is about the time where he became the Emperor. No what I saw in the footage. I just have a hard time believing it. I don't know, maybe just avoiding the truth when staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote.
Just need to keep her shoes on and it's all good and dandy for her. Things don't work that way for me. I had to talk about this hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? Oh. I think he's always really cagey about himself. Maybe now's a chance to learn more about him. Sharing such an interesting story about himself for once, so I walk away. Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Rio's acronym as Kira roll her eyes. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Altis stands in silence with an unspeakable look in her face, listening to the exchange between Mose and Gregor like a woman possessed. Huh. I don't think Altis trusts Gregor. Altis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over, it never was. And it can't be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift is attached to my arm. 5 words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer where the footage was playing. And hopefully be easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight so far, just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles and enemies. Just not the kind of worry about person worries about trying to kill me. In my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? Can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to embrace fire is just stoppable. Some kind of time bomb thinking down to unleash a disease you never know when it seems to set off. Even Heatley was always first step up when he began spiraling of hatred. Suit conflicted in silence, sleeps drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at the present, there wasn't any way to stop the perturbation with her again. Still got a good chunk of memory left, and eventually we have to. Right, I remember she saying this. No matter where it lurks in the past of sinners, even if they kill hundreds, thousands, 10,000s of innocent people, we will still brace them. We should have to confront the darker bar. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under the inevitable pressure? See, you're afraid you end up hurting us. Well, that's... First I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. I didn't think that. You know how it is, Honglu, the bus didn't exactly get off a rocking good start. But through our journey, I began to think of you as my comrade. I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstage thugs with his arm, I believed. I measured that the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart of countless people during the smoke war. To be honest, when the Hohenheim fallacy there was an exception. That alone made me hope. And should be harmless, we can even know how much I like he's saying. We hope for a life like that. Sound bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? We over the worst possible way. After all that, I'm gonna bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when Sphere's gonna beat me up again, because I'm consistently afraid of the damn gift manifesting again. Same fear you carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Only on the idea that the living's gotta live and nothing else. Yeah, brings me back years. Memory so clear as like all happened yesterday. I guess I came off the bus for a push to be an answer, Gregor. You can't walk away, but the danger of your journey won't leave. You can walk away, but the danger of the journey won't leave without you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing the endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus to bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an incident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can be said from us in the city. That's something I respect from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through any kind of events, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have warm them like this one does. Boy, its consultation feels pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. If we told not some special case, everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Moses, Altis, even Valentina work. Can't attach a number to our misfortune, as if there's something to be numbered. Imagine. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes on it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance yourself from your past, come to a pause to spiral look towards the path to all. All those years I let slip by, also those that sleep you are dotted by phantoms of suffering, are both inevitable and beyond measure. Experiences and pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. Of course. It's like loud noise. People talk too much. It sounded too much like a cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me as they lay dying. Wounds they left the heart dry. Sorry, grandfather misleads him, I suppose. Oh, this bitch is gay! Good for them, good for them. Ursa is the one that broke her fear, not fear, her PTSD from people talking too much. That's cute. Oh man, they knew I've been dropping Eves this whole time? I was actually waiting the right time to come and save Wars, but couldn't find the appropriate moment to. Well, Shadow the manager button and the rest of the files sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? Okay. Temporary ally? No. Temporary companion. Don't be an asshole, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Hare, do you know which door the Tumblr's father was supposed to attach to? No, that's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys see earlier? You think I shut off that scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Yeah, he went up fighting you guys at the end, huh? Yeah, I saw about her generosity and all that, and thought he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? Why is that? No, the vibes. You guys don't know because I haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. Someone's gonna stab her right in the spine. You! Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, not improving as much as you should for another grind. I'm sure what I learned about sportsing from this comic book. It's not how my master instructed me. Your master was a bad instructor, I think. The textbook cannot be permitted to have a single deviation. It means to repeat the David Oster. Are you so obsessed with the crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But not so different from that card, are you? What are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn for you if Peter came home. Both textbook and I had that in common. This one doesn't know. Let me redirect this question towards your scenario shoot. Hopefully this touches one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors that Tumblr's father showed particular attachment to? Did Archie use the most often? Ask me. Fine, yes, I do remember. I don't even need Clock's help to piece it back together. That one. Metal dangles on it. Ooh. Fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even wreck those girls' fast phone? Mom, are you okay? That was after those that take them to G-Corp. Wait, look okay to you, kid? Not really. Fine. You know I don't break easy. You've been there to see me there, the head off the G-Corp worming ticket. But, well, your leg's bleeding a lot. That's another mission. Boy, they really can't do shift on me, huh? Much for a break. What is this? Bandages for you. This kid's serious. He got triggers of expensive treatments, so ready to patch me up to when I get back to feet. Hey, never mind that. Works. Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some swords technique on the back. I've been here years in the smoke bar. Yep, fighting the war took a lot out of her and left her practically exhausted. She marched for every battle with a smile. Stop drinking, stop beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot she was still neck deep into an inescapable pit called a house fight. Well, they one piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone called the consigliere of the tomb visited House Spiders. Someone called the consigliere of the tomb visited House Spiders as tutor. And when she went right back to ring herself to a shit-faced stopper day after day. The biddings returned, so did the edge for prevented. Huh. She was on the losing side. Valentina was on the winning side? Why he wrote that? Also, that was during the smoke war. Even her during the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from coming to I-Carp and K-Carp now. Why did you pick up at that? Are you from I-Carp? The common thread between these post-war rules that make the lives of veterans difficult. W's rules don't discriminate between students. He's... What is Odysseus' wife name in the Odyssey? I don't remember. But could it be that she's at I-Corp, and that's why Altis cannot go there? Must be things going behind the scenes there too. Doesn't matter that backdoor dropped in the trench she dug during the war. Yes, and Gary will be the one to open it. Me? Yes. Archie can do it for you. What would be the point? You just want to end up giving more nightmares? I don't see how it's helping in a way. Not have any means to treat whatever it is as lumbers within the farm. However, However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of such inflammation wasn't the arm itself. What? It's trauma. Yes, arm to control of your physique was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memory. Yeah, if Gregor loses control, the arm takes over. So as long as Gregor's mind is okay, he can control the arm. At least while he's still under Dante. On Berserk side, moving is fast, the other way around. You can come to understand that the war is really over, and what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, not necessarily aimed at you. Then you may be able to lose your grip on the fear and excitement that are for the often moment. But her suggestion may seem blunt, so the basic treatment principles of MCAR's Psychotherapy Center. I guess so. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed his handle and paused, taking a slow, deep breath. With one arm, gently opened the door. Toma, are you running? Oh, from Canto 1. Should be taking the lead in the front lines for G-Corp. Banner held high. I don't want to die. Nice to have a place to go back. Alright, happy 15th birthday. Can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. G-Corp passed were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. We're nothing but the swarm of fucked up monsters. Thought they were enough for the... Still... Oh? Wait, what's gonna happen? Are we gonna... So this is not the combo node, is it? No, okay. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, okay? We're back.
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did. I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did.
I am back. Let's start another node. I have been noticing too that now, especially after Kanto 7, ooh, right, because he's here. Okay, that's good.
자유로워질 수 없어.
And we can have backups. Nice. Good enough. The Kantos are starting to get a lot longer. I'm pretty sure this is already longer than Kanto 1 and 2. So eventually in the future, I might have to break the intervalos in 2 streams. I think I'm gonna start that with the next one. I'm not sure how long the bamboo hatted team intervalo is. Oh, where is this? It's just a brownie old office. Kinda ready to be shook, thinking we're about to walk into a war zone or something. A nice place? Of course they do. My last job before Limbus company. Death is over there. The tip, fellas, when you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. As you hide for the boss man. That's so real. Out of sight, out of mind. No, you can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grims a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being, people walked out behind me get my attention. What was he doing in the Mystique? I don't think he would be doing anything that I would be doing on my work PCs. What did he need to hide? He was playing Cookie Clicker. As you know, in the city, the head hates everyone, and playing Cookie Clicker is a taboo in the city. Whenever people walked up from behind, I get afraid that I might cause them. It's been a while since I played Cookie Clicker, actually. I think I have my save somewhere around. Cookie Clicker is life. I used to play a lot of these browsers. I wonder if Cookie Clicker is still blocked at my company. I'm gonna have to check. Must be about the post-war veterans casual employment. Right, couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten the job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Oh, who are you? Head manager Tad? 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 Hi, Tad. Gregor ripped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. It was an unfamiliar man with a clean suit standing behind him. You, Gregor. See some new faces with you. Too dumb to count the time of zeros and begin. Eventually, you don't need to note the amount of zeros. All you need to know is that the numbers keep going up. That's all that matters. Wait, you folks will read the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for? Ain't a new job, huh? You got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. Not like I got anywhere else to go, right? I'm surprised you finally work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. The pay good? How's life, man? I think we found the one nice person in the entirety of the city. You're gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody will have anything good to say, huh? Moving on, hope no one's hounding you with that Hare shit over there. Oh, not at all. None of that here. Hey, that's good to hear. That's good to hear, man. That you don't have to do with that dang jackass of an exec VP making me feel like it was far more better himself. No, how many games I had to hear that geezer bragging about how Rufo from the war, pulling himself from his bootstraps, and I know every perilous opportunity we found, yada yada. You should the car, haven't I? That guy, huh? Still dogging those taking his sauna breaks. Sauna break! I see, I understand what sauna break is. What do you think? See, it beats his ass every day. A genuine friend for Gregor, that's cute. What game did a person play if the device is mere piece? Checkers? Surely, you can play checkers with anything. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call your special employment fellow Snapple Forest? A few days ago, his name showed up in Asia report. Guess what he said? Should I tell you? Sure. Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing to fix the office of a partnership project. Well, we have Vegas in the office real soon. Geometry Dash. Oh! Yeah, that is true. You believe I never played Geometry Dash? Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Not his present family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. So then whatever it talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned, that's that people obsessed with back in the days are all kinda like him. They hate how their groggy days are behind them. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. Hey, a backseat kid like myself don't have glory days to look back in the earth for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if I ever hit the rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You say something like that before, yeah. Guess it's my own brain of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of my customers. Sorry about that, folks. But don't worry about it. Despite the liquid statics you have. No worries, but seemed that you were on our way to submit those proposals. Oh golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get a heck of a scolding. Some people beat themselves instead of their phones. Geometry Dash is serious business. We're about to go further down. Geometry Dash is... I appear. Hello, Funeral. Funeral! I have your ID and I have your egos. I don't have the tickets to level you up though, eventually. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go and catch some brig or something. Sure, if I get a chance. The man will seem like Gregor's former co-worker, hurried away but didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. Can still be the thing, the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as he does, do I? Geometry Dash turned the Marvel Rivals in ZZ Platter for games. That is terrifying. I will never touch Marvel Rivals or ZZ ever again. Moses had been quietly observing Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being accused to relieve the pain and suffering. Both Urza and I were
Both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflict upon each others, upon ourselves. Interesting that there's Ace involved in this too. Hello, Prize. I was like, yeah, remember because we want to. Well, can't bring yourself to forget then. Might as well include in your memory the fact that the wars has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong here. Gregor sat this right eye for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager bud? Can't say I give you any reassurance, but just going by the life seemed to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but his was going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to the suffering from cruelty inherent in living. If you live on, just live on. And even as his lips spoke these words, his eyes would take on desperate and hooked look shaded beneath his hair. Price, you have an offer of 10 poo. A 10 poo is enough. Just have to trust your luck. Today though, the gloomy gray seemed to give away just a hint of the blue sky beyond. There may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. Probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Aldous facing away from the weapon ground. Interesting that Aldous did not go to the door, huh? Yeah, so I was told by the Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during the operation. Really? You did? Are you sure? When did Alan say that? Corridor's not a place for newbies to be roaming around on their own. You can see if you unhinged guests have decided to visit us through a different door. Look at Alice's just time to see more Falvis pour into the corridor through the back door. Well, time to get into a fight. Kill them all! Don't I use it because 9% of paid lunacy have 1k lunacy in reality? Ah. I mean, damn. You can do a you can do at least. Did you do your quote unquote free poo? The one that you do for 13 paid lunacy? I think it's worth it. A single poo is enough, isn't it?
기대해라.
You look at the left to see Gunnar Bait and look at the right to see normal stuff. I hope you're talking about Roblox and not... Actually, I hope you are not talking about Roblox. Because isn't Roblox a game that is meant to be played by young children? I am not sure that would be a good thing. And I'll decide this right for Middle Nurse Father. That is understandable. Middle Nurse Father is cool as hell and an incredible unit. I probably need to... I need to level my other... the rest of my...
실밥이 터졌나?
of my envy team eventually. Unfortunately, that's gonna take a while.
이 정도쯤은
True, she does give Roche more buffs. I think we are at a point where, like... That's not worth it. Ryoshu... Where, like... House of Spiders Ryoshu can solo with the proper setup most of the content in the game. Maybe not in the correct... Maybe not in the correct, like... amount of turns that others would. Like a proper team would, but 100% she can solo everything the game throws at us. I went the entire way of Railway 1 block act by using House of Spiders Ryoshu. And it was a little over 100 turns, like 100... 110? Something like that. Not exactly... Not the exact amount, but still.
내가 어머니보다 뛰어났지.
Not sure, fuck it. Win the clash.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
I guess I got two unrelated eagles. See if you can know this one. Try and getting middle nurse spot. True. I've been hoping I get some announcers. I want to get Hare announcer.
아류 산초 경혈 60.
Unfortunately, that's still not. I might have. Can I even shard her? Because Hare announcer is from the previous Walpurgis Night, right? Can you shard Walpurgis Night announcers? I'm gonna have to check that later. No, you can't. Well, I'm gonna have to hope and pray. At least I managed to get. I was saving a lot of lunacy because I got a lot of it from doing the story mode.
녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
And at the end of the day, I could get everything I wanted from. With all the lunacy I got plus the craze that I saved, I could get every unit that I wanted. Not sure how I feel about some of the used units though. Nice. I finished the anti-falling event. I am halfway through, I think. A little bit over halfway through. I think at this point I should be at the 2000. I still have a few boxes and time, so don't really worry about it too much. Nothing we can't handle. I should probably check it at the end of this. See how it goes.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감.
Basement.
피를 마시는 순간에는
Oh, we're fighting again.
그러니 라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다.
The girls are fighting again. Once we left the Falvis and invaded Dumbledore's father's corridor, we left for the Index and went to familiar faces. Oh, everybody's here. Oh, don't you guys have to day off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us like we're in the middle of something. So I decided it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Summoning occurred the most ideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose. Without the time to summon me, I was leaning over snacks off a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a misshaped indent in a cake was about to show down doesn't make for a very relaxing break, huh? Yeah! Maybe you should not be spamming that, Dante. I should have been checking you guys for summoning, but getting used to it. Okay, you're being too sorry. No hard feeling here, you know? Tagging along as an instrument exercise after all. Appreciate the employee assignments. Would you share any information know about another corridor? Hang on here all the time, so you know all space, enough space to do. That was super clingy, annoying little. Oh, that was the mask dude. This other. There's something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember all Sora. Sora? I don't think the name rings any bells for us either. Does someone used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index apprentice? Pray tell, where far is it the middle of the thumb and the ring each have apprentices? Yet the Index and Pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if mere 3 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retracing my recollection, yet I find the following trio of odorless air, visible, wind, and Rio. No, there was someone, but again, representations of Pinky and Index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. The Requider Reflectorial. I still haven't tried the Reflectorials.
Probably should at some point. Refreshing to hear the same impression for someone else rather than myself for once. I can only remember 2 princes I traced back our first meeting and briefly share with you about Sora. That doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, Kawaii Shiki cut her into ribbons. Hell, this pain why it feels so recalling a sequence of events, a critical part to me. I can almost imagine her grinning to herself like a creepy loner. She probably wear glasses too, right? Those gloomy introverts, like those gloomy introverts from the anime. Damn, girl. That's why it feels like I'm peering to reach this kind of weave. True. Let's say the war is made of strings or threads, lock. Every slash, this blade will be cut into the flow of strands that bind and compose one system. When an object is severed beyond repair, if neither trace or shape will be left fit. But not to piece it together is almost instead of elaborating real she felt silent, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, as she was calling another memory. Avoid the speculating she doesn't know for sure. Damn, totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deep. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages to remove the seal to, like, even make full use of his word. As honestly, yours is a trade-off. His word is totally power keeps Papa's. Trade-off? Plenty already. So true. Guess I see your memory is always one hell of a trade-off, sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute with this card. We're giving this guy to hang, I'm sorry. Know where it leads, but in this guy use it all the time. Hopefully you don't drop on us into an army of indexes. If you, they rather getting big. Pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Ryoshu? Just hit me with the sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's coward, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side. Probably seeing Clyde was annoyed by something. Oh my god. Does Araya do not want Sinclair to translate for her? That's so funny. I kept my Rodent up by 3. That's good enough for now. It starts using the cylinder or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard in my left and marked my arm. Here. I don't want to read too much into it, but Discovery was reading like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. Why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. Making it worse. Gotta stop in front of saying to her somehow. Raya? Wait, the voice says now. Dante can hear her? Dante, saw it too, right? She didn't do anything. Wait, really? He wasn't there? Nope. And decided. I have like 4 or 5 ideas that I played for. Upplay 3 so far has been like working. And I would prefer to like I prefer to go wide than going deep. So like I have a theme ready. And now I prefer to raise other ideas so I can get there stuff. Which means I can imagine as well this Princess cupboard poking out of position. Again, it's just a voice either. Damn, the guys bully him a lot, huh? Last long overdue for you smack upside this noggin. Should head inside, let's not keep Alan waiting. True! Reached by a whiff of stale musty air, I walked through the door. Oh, that's a prison. Leads to a basement. And to emerge what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement. Yeah. Every the Mastodon beeper rang, he walked through the door. Who are they? Oh, index people. Sense of life. There are people living out here till a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the press. Yeah, of course you were. The basement was stocked up with shelf stable and non-perishable food. The cells were completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. Individuals of varying features that may be required to complete the script. Oh! Among false connections, captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript like. Oh, so if the prescript asks you to kill someone, you don't have to go out and look for them. You have them in your basement. Huh. That's fucked up.
Annoying, man. What the heck are you doing? Cannot enter the door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking the doorway. Move. I did see something. The wheel of the prescript forbids you. Cannot enter through the door. What do we do? We're forcing our way there? I'm pretty adamant about not letting us in. Prefer if we stay as far as possible for anything has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts, but... Huh! Interesting how this... where the door connects to. Altus is right. We gotta have the upstairs. Somehow if we wanna get an idea where the door leads. Turns be using the basement then. I'd like to see what's upstairs. Ooh, it is true. You have anything versus memory. Well, let's push through. The wheel of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? We're about to find it out. Oh, where everybody's here. Oh, only 4 of you? Only 4 of you at the same time? That's fine. Oh, it's one of these. I see. Who you're targeting? Would you be favored? You would. Oh, why are you struggling? That's so weird. Well, there we go.
고귀하게.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Counter to go against fish spice, but you're saying it's weak against blunt and heavy. Counters are in the blunt skill. I can already see how that fight's gonna end. Nice.
40. 먹지.
These effects on this word are so cool. I gotta read her up tie eventually. I didn't see them that well. Oh, are they strong against Slash? Heathcliff using this word with one hand though. That's a lot of power in that. And meanwhile, my chud daughter is slapping them.
그쪽도
Now it's just win rate our way to victory. Easy peasy. Not that hard, it's fine. It's certainly much harder than, much easier than Kentonai.
이 또한
Which,
용서할지.
no.
꿰뚫려라.
It does make sense.
따스한 피.
Oh, that's gonna be a dead body. Yeah.
가족이 되기엔
You were too feeble.
반만 남았어도.
Only the strong can become bloodfiends. I would become the strongest bloodfiend, you just have to trust me.
승리로 이끌겠다.
Heathcliff is already doing that. I think he can. Yeah. Much better. Oh yeah, that's gonna get both of them back. How did you lose that? Wait, so we need to talk.
산초 경혈 80.
Am I gonna have to up Tayo to 4?
갈라지도록.
I can do that, but like... Wait, 1, 2?
추잡하네.
It's just taking the counter like a powerful guy. Oh yeah! Ricardo Cleach is an incredibly cool ID. There we go, all of them. Oh, okay, I see. Alright. Okay, alright, let's kill this guy.
갑니다.
Let's kill this guy with umbrellas.
따스한 피.
Speaking of umbrellas,
되는군.
we have to play Code Veronica next. I'm not sure.
기대.
And then again, I went through already like the most annoying parts of Code Veronica, so it should be fine. Should be okay.
그리도록.
I'm sure they're gonna fix most of Code Veronica's problems in the remake. I am very excited for it. I'm not sure I'm gonna buy it like as soon as it launches, but probably will. Resident Evil is my favorite series, so I may be a little bit biased when it comes to
전부
them.
녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
Oh, wait, 5. What else is neutral? Nobody's attacking you? Hold on. Who are you attacking? Ah! Fixed. Easy peasy. I don't even think I need the sunset. I think if I organize my stuff better, it would probably work. But fuck it, we're using ego.
행진했고 이것이
To use ego on trash, that's not something that was common before, huh?
왕의
Really
비
makes you think.
하사한다.
알아. 오늘아 힘들었지?
5 of my units die in one attack.
여기서 잠깐
Can you
쉬어.
explain how,
창문만 봐도
Rise?
따스해질 테니까.
How did your unit fumble that?
흙을 마실 걸?
If they did die in one attack, I think you might be cooked. Yeah! Oh, you are fighting Ricardo. Yep, you are cooked. Sorry to say that. No other way to put it.
너는
Ricardo needs a nerf. That's not the issue.
약하군.
That's a... People call for nerfs as soon as content drops. It's fine. We're speaking with casually, Araya, but in the absence of other princes, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the who star. Come on, it's not like I want you to be the who star. Let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Definitely. Have a point. So what's that upstairs? Not sure myself. I've been upstairs. Why bother bringing back the heavens beyond? Those wanting of yearning need to erase high headwaters. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Fuck, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we got another reason to check what's upstairs. Ooh, I want to see what's upstairs. I also want to see what's up, dog.
오랜 목마름도
Only 26%
어머니를
damage.
향한 죄책감도
Interesting.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Ooh.
그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏
Yay.
마셔.
Oh shit, more of them.
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도
Go away,
지금까지
bloodlings.
앞으로의 모든
Go and hold the neutral. Attack and hit the sinner. I mean, these are all pretty... Hold on. Okay, who's a tree? Favored. Is anybody targeting Byra or Cliff? No. So you two will be good to here, here, and here. Still neutral. That's fine. I guess they are strong against. That is fine. There we go.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
What you mean rent space echo sure is hopeless? Has 5 freaking coins?
짜증나게.
Well, if you are using rend spacing is hopeless, I think the word hopeless really is a good description of how the fight is going, huh? I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I don't think you're making out of this one. I think Heathcliff is getting his hair coupons back. Lenticular. Lenticular is the eyes. Ooh. 4 of them. 10 of them. Interesting. See, there, all of them are like exactly the same. Oh well. What if I... Oh. Neutral. Huh. Wait a moment. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. Hold on. There we go. Now nobody's flashing. You are clashing, but I sure can win this.
고귀하게.
Have Ricardo using Watch Your Back against Watch Your Back. I think you're not getting out of that fight, Prize. I think this is gonna be the time you're not gonna be a winner, not gonna lie. I think you're about to get cooked. Big red defeat screen on defeat message on your screen, be upon ye. Not that I'm wishing for it, it's just the way the things are going. Hare, my beloved. True. Haven't you used Hare before though? I imagine the most effective way to use Hare is at the beginning of the fight, isn't it? Buff your strongest unit and then let them go ham.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
Huh. Well, can I... Whoa. That's fucked. Oh, she cannot flash with this. Oops. Oh, I know what's gonna happen. I can just defend that. That's gonna be great. Here. Yep, there we go. Good enough. Easy.
40.
I'm good. Yeah, I imagine. I was under the impression it would be good.
야의 고통.
The situation did not look okay for you.
기대해라.
Ooh. Damn, no damage. Fiber all this really like has no damage. That's sad. I wonder why they did it like that. Ooh, hold on. There we go. And even then that's favor. That's terrifying.
가족을 위해.
Alright, nice. Some damage.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ooh. That's bad. I do not like that. I think I'm gonna start using Ryoshi for these battles. Oh, True Life!
따뜻한
Oh my god, I just realized.
기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져.
저것들
Did Rodion lose the
전부
clash?
녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
Oh my god. Fuck. Okay, that is dominating. Struggling, favored. What are you targeting? I think Gregor. And you are targeting Gregor too. Fuck. I imagine you will also... Yeah, everybody's targeting Gregor. Oof, that's gonna be bad. I cannot stop them. Yeah, everybody is targeting Gregor. Everybody that is in... Oof. I'm not sure. I have a few more uses, so it's gonna be fine. I have 2 more uses. That means Flash. Dominating, nice. Favored. Nice, much better now.
나가서 싸워. 괜히 내가 봐서.
I need to get used to the idea of actually using those things. I think it's because they are during like they are like the seals from Favorite Order, right? You get 1 of them per day, as far as I know. Oh my god, how are you?
아이씨,
Gregor's
짜증나네.
dead. Nope, never mind. Just gonna be hard to crash against that because I think they got prescript from that. Prescript buffs. Alright, let's go. Look at that. Look at her rolling. Oh, didn't stagger.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
떨거지 잘라낸다.
Well, if we are only halfway through the fight. This is a tough fight. Okay.
갈라지도록.
I think it's because they are all strong against Flash, as far as I understand. Nice. Hero, do something.
먹지.
Ink over. Oh, this is amazing. We love our American weeaboo. No damage? Oh, that's a Sager. Oh, we killed most of them. Let's go. Nobody attacking him? No, come on. You can attack him. And you can attack him too. Then... Yeah, sounds good.
잘라낸다.
Oh, that's a stagger, baby.
나는 가족이 되게 약해.
Oh, that's a double!
기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져.
Yep, that's a lot of damage. Okay, let's go. So the Barbara Aldous can do damage, except she needs like a lot of buffs.
Kind of a letdown. They were blocking the door to have something big here behind it. Not average family home. Oh shit! Hold on. Oh man, I'm cleaning up the shore, but peeps should at least dust their home every once in a while. Is this Roland's home? Big layer of dust covering every surface, and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one had been living here for a good while. Oh, it looks like it. Her family here must have a child. Like their drawings, dolls too. They've been abandoned for quite a long time. I guess it was supposed to imitate Roland's house and not exactly the same house. Someone just made bad happen here? Yeah, something must have happened here caused the family to flee. Never got to return. The president suggesting that. Open door, single shoe lying around. Someone fled for some reason, never to return. Don't know, kinda hard to narrow down the cause, or it could be anything. Searching for something particular, real shoe. Yes, but doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents have been part of shreds. Kinda like my memory. So this wasn't where he escaped, huh? Hinder's nurse father, last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering from a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. By some miracle he survived, had a chance to come after Ryoshu again, but something about the last encounter led me to believe it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. Yeah. This is the waves, yeah. Recognize this drawing? Found myself hoping Ryoshu would piece together another memory, calling new details all day whenever someone caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. Don't. Okay. Interesting. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를
oh.
향한 죄책감도
No.
피를
Here.
마시는 순간
Have I been doing the... Yeah, the actual objective I think I have all been cleared.
그게
It's gonna tell me if I don't.
우리가 이룰 수 있는
Ooh, sangria.
꿈이니까.
Consumable? I don't like this consumable. And I need balls. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? Since we're doing this, I'm gonna go for this team.
네.
I'm gonna bring
그래.
Cliff with me, and I'm gonna give Ryoshu all of the buffs. It's fine, it's fine.
뜻은 본인과 같군.
We can do this. After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work! Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father corridor. But that room didn't have any backdoors for us to explore. There were countless more on the edges of the corridor, but our guideline made it difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante's replies they're happy to be of assistance. Well, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. Probably should have done the same, but... Wanna take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pink corridor. Pinky Nurse Father room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. Even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, somehow found ourselves back to the starting point. Some small design differences between the room that help tell them apart, but it's good to tell which is which unless you read hard for every detail. However now. Chin? How'd you know that? Been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fix Eclipse together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all meet too, I think. Must have been another Wusaver but Archie. Damn, you might be right. Name was Ren, Pinky Apprentice. No one really seemed to have anything to say to that. No longer makes sense. It is registered to no one here but me. So, what you sent back at the corp that you took before? We're talking about this, huh? Yep. Used to perform intense culinary artistry here. My scar was shaking. The review were glowing. One of them yet was yum, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaken from side to side in a violent effort to deny real playing. Amazing. But pretty damn bad, huh? Having a hard time believing her if you ask me. What do you usually make? Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school. Sausages cut like octopus tamagoyaki. Simple to be intense culinary art, don't you think? Don't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are you making sausages out of... No, I mean sausages cut like an octopus. Why are we getting sausages like an octopus shape? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Yay? That's a virus. Sausage carved in the shape of octopus. I didn't mean a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. Look, it's gotta be adorbs, okay? Oh. Same. Let's go. SU? Goes to the toilet? What's so important? Go to gullet. More meat. There's something like a school lunchbox library. Also, the amount of cuts everywhere. Damn. IDU. Huh? You're doing some weird acronyms again, aren't you? I mean, don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom! SMH! Must be some happiest memories Yoshi and Araya had. Sinners, Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them full. But for Yoshi, most part of his memories was sliced away. And still, if we continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over its places. I was surprised too. As soon as I asked, the Sinner's footsteps came to seem to stop. Oh. Look back and found Kira and Hikaru's poised to fight handle their weapons. This way, manager. And Marceau realized what indicated the anchor to the back of the line. And in mere moments, but there was someone guiding the whelps. Figures just send more fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of wet dog. A claws of a massive paw slashed right where I had been standing. It's her! It's her! It's the demon! It's the creature! Wolf mask. Really is as mask when Millie Bernard said. This place is already occupied. You would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's heart is located? The question came from a woman who appeared to be one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, had huge breasts, and unlike the Falvis she had countered us for, seemed to take a point to speak and act with the quorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed the air of foul capability. Sure, you got the right address, lady? Robonk's stuff in part of this house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. I'm not looking for his creations, which were easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. View her intense gaze through her mask obscured. There was no doubt her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshi. Suddenly I reminded that Rian had said moments before he fled the corridor. We lack no observers really. What does that? Fucking hell! The Falvis got confirmed important intel, including the fact the House of Spiders has fallen, and Ryoshi currently has possessed the Araya Shiki. He gets so lost for realization. Sorry. They want Ryoshi for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshi she is now. Isn't that... Speaking for once. My name's Rufo. Oh, she's beautiful. Yoshihide. The blade coveted by the five fingers, Master Callisto's final and most massive. As a docent of Falvis. Oh, Foul from Fauna. Please allow me to honor of escorting you to our gallery. You?
Oh, kick back to his floor. No. I think you should spend your time alone with Yasut more. According to the internet, that's what they say.
Don't see the point in hanging out with people who are anesthetic as...
As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufus' request for curt reply, and Araya too rattled angry at the docent general direction.
And I'm afraid the only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering.
The ring favor my rampage, they see that's art. Is that a good thing though? I'm not sure.
Probably tougher than me at my max out stats. Really? Shape of her ring suggests she's a docent of the School of Alvis. Her position is comparable to that of a cup of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle.
Hare, can making her a folder may specimen Ricardo's might or a stroke of ill fortune even lay hangs. I don't think lay hang. Can she create Mung? That's the question. I think Lay hangs beat her.
If she's anywhere near as strong as they hang.
Chances are HOHOM.
What?
Half or more? I like these odds.
Half or more. Huh. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has been.
Why seek out the art of the has been all the time?
Was the decision met with much confusion from the outset?
Isn't that a winning smile?
Why, everyone agrees it's no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point for the assessment. His Uwe recovered from the house were more tools and art, saw it that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanity and call them art.
Now I must ask you for forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of the work.
But I observed above, feeling completely respect. The scorched corridor, the parity from which you scar the walls and floors, so frenzied beasts had turned them. There's but one tool that could possibly last an art. At least you got a possible life in art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art for further elevated beauty? It will be of an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant of the dubs of corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, began piling on empty definitions upon itself.
Fauvism is a movement. Sorry. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold and fettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions, challenge the mind. What is a man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define, catch what we call the le fauve? The subjects matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Now, should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, you'll layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of color that it may be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer will be much greater worth than what you may have learned from like at least. Considering my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings are. Or thought, I can't remember. Do you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than one of the two. Two? Didn't the side you claim to have seen Lee win? Oh, I did. You understand. Your art may appear no more than unchecked chaos at glance, but upon closer observation, reveals a fierce dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness, the connecting structure. Your blade work too, so such multi-layer, too complicated. Sufficiently understood into full extent of artistic merit imbued in the scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you, such mediocrity as they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes without a shadow of those hell's beauty. Sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, a fading gleam of despair in the helm. Give no thought at what each of the motion signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what's beheld.
Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ooh. Pointillist, Fulvis, Supremist, Blorater, Cubists. I visited my share of ring galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an empty, complicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks and empty shells. You and your art both out too much. Just like Callisto's, trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond the most? Make it succinct. Guide to abbreviation. Oh, alas, if once abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can be found anywhere else. What this is, Minimalist Manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the taste. I pursued a natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviations is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? To remove the plain, for distinct lack of any meaningful striking quality. What exactly did elevates your art above that of Fulvis? Painters? With the stubborn side that where words can convince. There is no discipline more subjective than art. Scars concerning nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Suppose I have to carve right into your eyes. These do, or maybe you're afraid, or I'm afraid they may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I will send off Lefalvis, I personally welcome you to my critic lesson. Look at her face. Oh, she's so hot. She's incredible. Drag recruitment and really not needs to join a finger. Roland, if you had to join a finger, which finger would you join? Oh, look at the music. If they die, it's fine. Our goal here is to kill them anyway. Get their asses, hungers!
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
Oh shit, she's pulling out the red coins already.
브레이크 슬램!
쳐다보긴 우리 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
Are you pulling out your cock? No.
아니
Ooh.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh, she's gonna die soon, that's fine. If Sora and Valentina die fast, that's okay.
본인은 최선을 다했다고
Yay!
말해주시게.
Carry on.
상은 어떤가요?
Just keep going. We're not in a rush, we're gonna be fine.
그럼
I'm sure how the spiders with Yoshi can heal all of them.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
내가
Karen.
자고 이게 뭔 개스?
Nice! I really like the fact that Ryoshu cannot take damage while she... Yes!
아쉽네요.
Perfect.
좀 더 멋진 상흔이 남은 작품이 되길 바랬는데
Oof! Nope. I think I ordered my units wrong. Somebody has mentioned of how the units order works. Or like, by which order she kills. I think she kills like from the back forward. So I should have put Yiseng at the end. Oh, Yiseng. I think it's Yiseng that gives her a new slot or something. Oh, I wonder how Kira feels about that. You know? Oh, okay. I didn't realize she would do that twice.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Oof.
오랜만에 숨 좀 차는군.
숨 막히도록
Oh, she's locked in.
절박하게
We still have a lot more cutting to do though. It's gonna be fine.
헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억할지.
How many units are there? I guess I can see. Pum. No, actually. There we go. Let's have her do some damage now. Oh, look at her.
사냥 끝. 몰아치는 것을
Completely broken unit.
처절한 원. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
As long as there is no phase where she like goes and insta kill one of your units,
갖고 놀기.
we are an easy. This is gonna be an easy win. Get him, Honglu.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bro, seriously? Oof. Oof. I think he's gonna die. Not yet.
알고 있겠지.
Oh, he's done.
예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 저련. 뜨거울 거야. 조금
Oh, Valentina's already there. I just realized.
내 검은 가져갈 수 없을 거다.
Hey, let's go. Actually. Okay.
그려낸 대로.
Dead.
짜증나게.
덧없는
Bro, seriously?
예정된 죽음이라지만 별을 잊지 못함이 속을
이 순간이 닿도록
Don't worry, Kira. I am pretty sure she's not gonna kill you. The actual Kira. I would probably think I would be left for last, huh? I guess his HP was part low. Ooh.
들어. 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주리.
Nice. Evade. 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 Get fucked. Okay, that was not gonna evade. Ow. That's okay. Oh, we are cooking now.
그려낸 대로.
Look at this.
사냥 끝. 예측은 불스 아이군. 그럼
Oh, we're gonna stagger her in this
몰아치는
turn.
것을. 처절한 원망부.
Oh shit. Right, I remember this from the mirror dungeon. Okay. Is she actually? Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna use one evade just to be sure.
그려낸 대로
Just to make sure like nothing bad happened.
낮도 밤도 지워. 숨이
I should be looking at her
타도록
passives now that I think about it.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
낮도 밤도 지워.
Ooh.
숨이 타도록 베어낼 뿐.
Oh, she's doing so much damage. Look at her.
낮도 밤도 지워. 숨이 타도록
It's,
베어낼
it's so cool to see this Ryoshu. See her in action. Oh, look at those rolls. Look at the moves. Kira, do something. You're just standing there. I'm carrying your ass. There we go. That's it, girl.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
Dodge. Haha. Yeah, fuck. Docile of the Ring of Fauvisme. Color Sauvage. Increasing in the outward appearance of the animal is a distinct purpose. And weedless Fauves are the ones who awaken and express the parity of these and recall wild beasts among them. Mask the Loop, issues Angel Sauvagerie. Maximum Pain Tolerance. You have fun see the playing Steel Pirate. No worries, Rex. Hope you have a good rest. And thank you for the lurk. Flourish Impulsive. I have no idea what that means. I can show you what this means. Can't I? Let me see in person.
그려낸 대로.
I never used that ego. I want to see how it is. Oh, look at that. Look at the damage. Look at full power Ryoshu.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Damn, that was a bad roll.
세 번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여.
Oh, that's the...
미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찢어내고 찰나의 일수 다시 1000번을 끊어
Come on, roll. Yes!
선젠다의 색깔.
That's so cool. Just such a cool unit. Alright, ran her space. You know what to do.
숨이 타도록 베어낼 뿐.
Hell yeah. I'm breaking all your coins, girl. The attack is still goes through, but she does like no damage.
이 순간이 타도록 베어내리라.
Come on, do it. Oof. Not forget defense skills. Wait, really? Oh, that's bad. Hold on. That's still... What if I do like a super raz? There is no way. It's gotta be a bug. Oh my god.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oof. Oh my god, I should have. I fucked up. I really fucked up.
그려낸 대로.
I think I threw the fight. Or not. Hold on.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh my god. I threw. Ugh. Can you win one crash? Come on. Seriously?
배원망도 옅어지.
Oh. I lost. That's so. That was dangerous. I'm never doing that again. Okay. The House of Spiders Ryoshi strategy has some weak points. I need to remember them. Or else I'm kinda cooked. Ugh. See? You're already looking much better if those superfluous animal parts are moved. Serious about following your own movement. Already answer that. Time. Under Falvis' wings, at least you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm to strike as her final act of defiance, then slammed down upon the door we entered through instead. All we can do is wait time for. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette when things were cut. Dead. Yeah, I thought at least her words were going to be faint. Thus we made foes with another finger. The ring. That's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer off the fingers all on our own with the first time, didn't we? It's a pretty definite win. All of your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting your ass off. I was fighting my ass off out there. Eric Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle will not have changed by a significant margin than have you not been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore once we're long way with Clock. Oh, a big brother. Don't start congratulating yourself for achieving a bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, this is impressive how people used to be much stronger like how to Don Quixote. Right, speak not such folly, for the joy for my compatriots is my own. Have you an inkling of why she might, in her final moments, elect to demolish the door? Why, it's not like they're shutting the door in here. Are we really debating the logical process of someone who has 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't they just leave the room? Oh, there's a right door to go in. Don't tell me that actually changes every time someone walks through. No, it can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet will carry me. The other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backs. This is what you meant. Oh, there is a right exit. Across the broken door we might, however, avails us a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse's Father Azure corridor before it returns to the room. Rooms lock in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Anything we can do? Ask your team we're alive in time. It's okay should there's a regular flow of time, unlike warp trains, will be approximately within a week or 2 from the present before you can return. I don't like that. That's pretty long, yeah. I didn't bring any snacks.
Looks like we're about to walk to one of Elcar branches as our dungeon, or... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to get to Zuma through search then. No need. There's no exit because they're all open. What about the part where it gets your memories too? You with that yet? No. The sword, it leaves my memory with every slash. Don't know what memory slice away its time, but it was something recent. Or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than we know, but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshi's arm. Though Ryoshi and Heathcliff were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshi's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sudden anxiety in Heathcliff. Yeah, that's what makes Heathcliff go. You hear? The nerds were here in a way to shoot to get us out. Why don't we just keep the sword nicely in the scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up on the roof and entered one of the doors up there? There are thousands of them. Of the question, by doing so we'll be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless mazes that is the corridor. Hey, but we're dead meat if that brick wall from my astro wanders right into the room. The Wolf Lady's last word, man? I'm seeing the flags. Hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP's voids are best bet. Right, what if we got lucky and the fight us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Cliff. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Huh. The memory's not meant to last very long. Enough for an excursion, Clock. She talks as if she's about to, like, erase her memory of Dante or something. I look at the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it area, but remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Ayashiki blade cleaves to the wall, so does Ryoshi's memory. We were getting somewhere. Thin strands of Araya's image had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Ugh. You can see Araya released the wave without hesitation. It's okay, we'll try again, so... they can get the memory back, I mean. No resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Not too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark of Ryoshi's memory. Aww. Sad, but at least, like, we know that it can be pieced back together. As long as Araya is alive. Oh. My throat is starting to hurt. It's a good thing this is the last one. Oh, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every backdoor if you have spiders? Oh, Hohenheim did you feel him? Any information regarding these doors hold an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to organize the House of Spiders to a base of operations as soon as possible, when we've had to rush or work illegal. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. Little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during operations. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? You saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? Ooh, Gregor picked up the pieces. Just feel there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not gonna try to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Us? You asked to know. Not everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L-Corp has already fallen. W-Corp is tattling on the brink of collapse. You call us an aspirant W-Corp, we call Limbus company to aspirant L-Corp. Meaning we have a shared goal. They're gonna start a war, but unlike the dead and gone L-Corp, the current W-Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as you know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that the business conflict will lead to a fiscal one as well. Just some AI team leaders speaking though, who knows what the higher ups in their companies I think. Either way, much fruitful of the collaboration as today, affect well in our performance metrics and didn't even suffer that many losses. Safely say that you should expect a positive review from regarding to collaboration. Yeah. Ooh. house both not seem willing to discuss the subject of the conflict. Oh, Hohenheim. Results out yet? Not yet, assistant. Clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago it will take you 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? Talk so much. Yoshi sounded irritated as she scolded him. I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety with the way she kept moving her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly short intervals. Maybe more smoke than oxygen at this point. Am I slowing down a tad? Practically fumigating the room for cigarette smoke. Pick up glasses. Try to bounce as soon as they hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery is single days incredibly fast turnaround. I far deserves appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in more self-indulgence myself of late, but I believe this achievement. What are you talking about, brother? Proof that this result could not be replicated had it not been my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher. Whoa, you done already? And to that I answer, shut the fuck up. I love angry Ryoshu. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns howling for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis. Managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Oh, done already? Yes, our time results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Why aren't you saying anything? You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm tempted to observe the exact merits of me, precisely that. You think a Shihide would never use acronyms straight? What if something like, geez, that's day, wind after work, oh? And you're validating on her interpretation? That's exactly what she meant. She's better than MTL, my translator in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I think I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard wrapping its light at the examination device. Oh well, I get to the right way. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? Is it? Hardly. Second, the name has been erased from her memory. You recall the name of the man who works with manager Soldier? I would have asked that in past tense had it not been what referring to. Soldier wasn't here for that. Kid. Right, I don't remember his name. Forgot pilot's name? Among other miscellaneously detected memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she feeds to a seagull? By Ponti, the stuff say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown to utter destruction? Look, Donkey, not trying to be mean here, but it seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of shooting a sword like that. If we were going by sheer volume, wouldn't quite say it's merely a just step. Erased several days worth of memories for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but kinda sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Dragon, he forgets stuff all the time. How is this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, the scenes that impacted by the scabbard of the Arashiki are, to be more precise, the power of Haraya's ego. Yoshi looked down at the scabbard with a certain hollow look in her eye. All that remains of Haraya in Ryoshi's recollection is a blank space where fragments of her existence. While it takes a certain significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be capable of selecting which sinner Ryoshi's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Arashiki. Oh, that's cool. That means there is no risk of her losing something very, very important unless she starts going crazy. Which personally tells us of the void she left behind. Ooh, so it's like a cooldown timer? You can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to collect real memories? I wonder if this is trivial. The memory of time where you were complimented by your cooking was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You perform an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurement, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory and calculating the cost. It becomes rather clear that it takes more light memories to properly wield it. So have our memories been restored? Presume attempt to recall resulted in failure. Yeah, because we had to use this word. If we manage to get out, it's gonna be fine. Now that was lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in the negative space, many things can still be reminiscent on. Like you should say it, forgotten but not lost. You just have put in the word of sangria. He flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters away with the plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB, or sorry, the golden bowl, yeah. What used to be here in the pockets of the void in my heart, my one and only. First invisible, imperceivable. 2 more days passed up. Then spent those days idling. We visited Saudi and Pilot in recovery. Right, Pilot was hurt too. Off those loose stress, finally, after so long. I feel like we're home again. Mephistopheles! We're back! Buzz, sweet Buzz. I could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Wait, is she still here? Crow, hello. Between these 2 individuals were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment. Hohenheim squeezed through a warn us about something to watch out for. That coordinate somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and we'll bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate to hit the brakes, because by any chance there is a car driving behind you, you'll crash into the bus. So, what is you doing here on the bus? Decide to join the battalion, did ya? I must admit, pregnant woman. Somehow not the worst thing I ever read. I must admit I have a certain degree of interest in exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape confinement? So then I have some stuff to help you, and they let me after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to them while I'm there, right? See, despite the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you, I told them to impress upon the new hires, builders that were treated as exceptions to the person in charge of the train is going to check term for reward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. The rest included in the report. Well, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easy as I expected to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate such a reunion had a low probability of... Damn, she really doesn't like Hohenheim. I am not partial to the mathematical statistics of probability theory. Paper prediction is that right? Well then. Hey Yoshihide. What? Well, I want to say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SOIL. Is that right? Acronymized it to L. Call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Kira's deaf too. Kira's fine. Perfect the echoes of the name. Echo, huh? After a round of goodbyes. Oh, see you later. She was embarked from the bus, and no sooner than the machine clicked in place, the bus wheel began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blindingly radiant portal, massive enough to engulf the bus hold. So off to an station, I guess. Well, where are you headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. That's more like it. It's too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave a faint knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, and delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for his gravity. Downright bizarre, isn't it? Well, let me say that it is high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are en route to N-Corp. We are going to, after all, N-Corp. And your face I'd rather not see. Yes, or the League of Nine are. The rest of the sinners voiced the regular crisis contained with N-Corp. My soul probably had the most amount of history from the wing. Simply flipped open his new paper like usual and began reading with the same unchanged expression. So for him, nothing has changed then.
Interesting. That the bus resumed the journey to yet another tale. And that was it for twinning threads. What an intervalo. That was a really interesting intervalo to let us know what was happening with Araya, with what about the backstory of Ryoshu with the other people. At the end of the day, great stuff. Oh, and my throat hurts. I think I need to take a break. Ooh, what's this? Hey, does this have an effect? I'll check later. I should probably turn back. There we go. And monastic experience, the most recent. That is the most recent canto. I'm gonna have a quick break, I think, between. Since we know that Canto 10 is delayed, I'm not gonna be so much of a rush to finish this. So I think I'm gonna take my time, probably split it into 2, maybe 3 streams. To make sure I don't hurt my voice. Otherwise, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit bad. But yeah, that was it for Intervalo 9.5. I like the game. I can't put into words how excited I am to finally be able to play Limbus Company and follow a Canto without having to worry about like spoilers and being late to a Canto and going on Twitter and getting like spoiled on stuff. So great. Intervalo hurt my brain because I can't read. That is understandable. This has a lot of people that are very verbose in it. And now that I think about it, Canto 10, if it involves like a trial, that's gonna be a lot. That's gonna be a lot of reading too. Why did you moan? My throat hurts. I have been speaking almost non-stop for almost 5 hours. And my day-to-day job is like speaking. So I already arrived in the weekend kinda tired from speaking. But now I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna grab some water, I'm gonna maybe drink something else for the throat, and I will be fine. Yeah. That's gonna be it for Canto 10. I don't even have enough for a new row. It is what it is. We're not gonna worry about that. I don't have a schedule set up yet. How are we gonna put it? And on Twitch, I don't think I'm gonna raid anybody on Twitch because I won't be able to stay for long. So yeah, that is it for tonight. 5 hours, that's a pretty good time for Intervalo, I think. Thank you all so much for joining. I had a great time. Hope you all enjoyed your time too. Great Intervalo. Good to understand more of Ryoshu and how Araya Shiki works out. And I am excited to find out more about the... I am never playing Fortnite on stream. Last time I tried, Epic Games sent killers to my door. Yeah, thank you all so much. Hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you for being here. And as always, I'll see you all next time. Bye bye!